good with y'all? Um, fucking hell. What's good with y'all? All right. So like, if y'all, you know, you always start your streams at around 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. for me. I'm sorry. I kind of just stream when I'm bored. And I got like nothing really to do. But if y'all want me to watch, if y'all got a video you want me to watch, let me know. I'm streaming on TikTok and YouTube, like both. I should probably actually show the source. I gotta change that. Oh fuck. All right, well let me. Got a PC today. That's tough. It's the best thing to get. I gotta change this shit real quick. Hold up. Did I miss anything? No, I just started streaming. What's good, Lunar, Symbiote, Spider-Man? Have you finished Breaking Bad? I'm on the last season of Breaking Bad and I haven't finished it, bro. My messages aren't showing in the chat for some reason. I don't know. I don't know how to fix that. All right. All right, that should be good. Yeah, Breaking Bad is a really good show. All right, let's watch this fucking video.
Spider-Man. And no, I'm not talking about the cutscene. I'm talking about the villains. Not their design or their character development. I actually love.
The hell?
For example, vulnerable.
Why is this video just fucking mute? Hold on, do I have my? I think I might have my shit.
Win.
Oh, there it goes. My shit was just unplugged.
This is the worst problem in Marvel Spider-Man. And no, I'm not talking about the cutscene.
How's it going?
It's
going
about
good.
The villains. Not their design or their character development. I actually love that in the game. I'm talking about the boss fights. You see, a hero is only as good as his villains, and if it's easier to fight against them than to fight regular henchmen and thugs, there's gotta be something wrong there.
Huh?
The reason I say this is because the boss fights usually go in one of these two options. You either just let the villain make a mistake and then you're gonna wait for an obvious opportunity to deal the damage, or you can easily create the opportunity by webbing the villain up or using some kind of gadget. If you get the fight against Shocker, for example, all you gotta do is avoid a few blasts here and there, escape when he gets close, and wait for him to cool down. Then you can throw an object and go in and attack. The same idea was also implemented in the first fight against Mr. Negative, where you just keep dodging inside the train until he's out of power, and then you can go beat him because he's completely vulnerable. Now, if we talk about the villains who get vulnerable by Spider-Man's web or gadgets, the list is big because over half of the boss fights get vulnerable by that. Kingpin, Electro, Vulture.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you do have to dodge. You do have to watch out for like dodging, like for Rhino and Scorpion and Electro and Vulture. You have to watch. Like it's not like you're just. That's all you're doing. Like that's how you hit them, yes, but you have to. What's it called? You have to dodge them at the same time. It's not like you're just. I don't know. I feel like he's making it out to seem like, like that's all you do.
Hammerhead, the first and the second fight, all can be easily done if you
I think
just
both
web them up using
Scorpion and
Spider-Man's web
Rhino
shooters.
and Electro
They
and
can
Vulture are
do
both good boss
absolutely
fights.
nothing to protect themselves from the webs and nothing to
Not
get
only
rid
just
of
from
it
the
fast.
mechanical perspective,
So
like the
if you just web
cinematic
them up,
element
you have a clear
and the
shot
dialogue
at dealing
too.
a ton of damage. I just want to make clear that I'm not saying that
Like
I
they're
want
just,
Spider-Man's
even if
web
they're
to
not
be
that
useless
challenging,
in
they're
the
still
boss
fun.
fights. But what I'm trying to say is that I think the boss should start adapting to Spider-Man as the fight goes along.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, maybe adding some blocks or some dodging. That would make the fights a lot harder since you wouldn't be able to rely on the gadgets all the time.
I think, honestly, with the boss fights, right? He might mention this in the video. I don't know, but I feel like just my idea. Like with the boss fights, I feel like they should completely remove Spider Sense just because, like, I feel like the Spider Sense needs a rework because or like, all right, so you know how with the Spider Sense, y'all know how it like fucking it gets bigger or it turns like a different color when an enemy is about to attack. I feel like it should still give you the Spider Sense logo above your head, but like make you read the enemy's attacks like a Souls boss fighter or like a God of War or some shit like that. Or like Ghost of Tsushima, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I think if they were to do that, that would probably make the boss fights more difficult and more engaging. But it was good, Ashton. The stream ended. Wait, am I still not streaming on YouTube? I'm so confused. What's your monitor? I don't know what it is, honestly. It's a Sceptre 165 hertz monitor. I feel like during the Venom boss fight, the Spider Sense is going to be very nerfed due to a Spider Sense not recognizing Venom as a threat from Peter's time with the symbiote. I think they should completely get rid of the Venom. Alright, so like, when you're fighting Venom, I think your Spider Sense should just be gone because that makes complete sense. Same with like, alright, so like, say if you get like a if they give us like a Miles versus Peter boss fight and we play as Miles, they should definitely get rid of the Miles' Spider Sense because Peter also has the symbiote. I bought Spider-Man a couple days ago. My 3 favorite suits are the Dark Suit, Armored Advanced Suit, and the Scarlet Spider's 2 suit? Wait, what's the Scarlet Spider 2 suit? They should make a karma system. I agree. Or maybe not a karma system that like changes the impact of the game, because I don't think Insomniac's going to do that. They kind of just want to tell the narrative they want to tell. But I do think you should be punished for not doing some city crimes or something like that. But also at the same time, you have to make the city crimes fun for like the whole time. The Kate Kane one? I don't know if I know which one you're talking about. It was good, Playboy. How do you request videos? Just tell me what the video is, and I'll look it up.
Because in the way that
and if
it is
looks
now,
interesting,
you just
I'll
have
watch
to
it.
back away, fuel the opponent with webs, they're gonna get vulnerable. You go in, you deal a damage, you back off, you wait for the gadget to replenish, and then you repeat the process.
Right,
you also have other problems that make you feel like the villains are not a threat for Spider-Man at all. Like, for example, how easily you can avoid the fight against the villain during the boss fight. There are some fights where you can just web swing around and there's literally nothing he can do to catch you, like against Shocker or even against Dr. Octavius, against Rhino and Scorpion. There's literally nothing they can do to force you to fight.
I don't see the problem with that so long as like you're not doing anything. It's like you're choosing to swing around, but you're not doing anything and they're not doing anything to you. But like if you want to damage the actual boss, it's not like you can just swing around and do nothing. Like, I don't know what that point was.
Fight them. So you can just swing around, relax, let your gadgets replenish, and be cool. I can also talk about how easily you can avoid the blast from Electro Shocker. If you compare the time window that you have to dodge either of these bosses blasts with, let's say, a gun from a henchman, you'll see that I have more time to dodge a blast from Shocker or even a lightning from Electro. A lightning is much faster than a bullet, and I have more time to dodge the lightning than I have to dodge the bullet. And there is like no perfect timing for me to dodge the blast from Shocker or Electro.
I don't know what difficulty he's playing on, but I don't know if that's true. But he could be right. It's whatever.
Angles, I can dodge it, or I can wait until the end of the time window to dodge only at the end, and they'll never catch me. Independently of when I decide to do the dodge, they will never catch me. There are even some...
Have you watched any Madvocate vids on the Flash? If you have, what are your thoughts on them? I've seen... I watched one after I made the SK video because people were saying he's like a Madvocate clone, and I didn't know who the hell Madvocate was until I posted that video. But then I watched his Flash Season 1 video. I watched like 20-30 minutes of it, and I was like, yeah, I mean, he's making pretty good points against like the Flash, because the Flash, some of the action scenes in that show are really bad. But I also don't think that like discredits like the character development and character writing in the show. Like, that's not like, just because some of the action scenes are bad, I don't think that makes the entire show terrible. I do think the show is definitely dragged out for way longer. Like, I don't think any of the seasons need 20 episodes. Like, they dragged that show out so much.
Moments where I dodge on the beginning of, let's say, Shocker, he's gonna do a blast. I dodge as soon as possible. He still hasn't done the shot, and he misses it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like I dodged it before he actually did the blast, and he still missed me. It's like he couldn't adapt to my movement. And that is just ridiculous, honestly, because it's just too easy to avoid something that should be much harder. Not only because they're bosses, which should be the hardest challenge in the game, but also because, again, we're talking about lightning in the case of Electro, should be much faster than an actual gun. But the biggest proof that I can give you to prove you that even the developers knew that the boss fights are one of the weakest points in the game is how many fights they actually add henchmen or partners. Kingpin, Tombstone, Hammerhead, both fights, and also Mr. Negative on the second fight when he goes into negative.
That's not, that doesn't mean the developers know the boss fight is bad. That doesn't make sense. That's just like an extra layer of challenge to the fight. Like, I guess you could say he has a, like, I think what he's trying to say is like the developers knew that the boss fights didn't have a good amount of moves on their own. I guess he could make that point. But like, I don't think just by adding henchmen that means the boss is like, that makes the boss bad. How does this affect LeBron's legacy? I mean, it's pretty detrimental, to be honest. I personally still love Season 1, even though it has some weird problems. I like Season 1 of The Flash. For my request, listen to the main boss fight theme from SMTIV. What the hell is that? Daredevil is the best live-action comic book show. Second, I'd say second best. I think The Boys is better. What do you think about Chris Paul to the Warriors? I don't know. I mean, like, I didn't really care that they got rid of Jordan Poole. He's kind of a liability on defense, and he's pretty 50-50. Like, some games will give you 30 points, other games will give you 10 points, 30% from the field. So, I saw your video on SK Spider-Man review, loved it, appreciate it.
Live Zone all have henchmen to support them.
I mean, the Tombstone boss fight isn't that good.
You also
either.
have Electro, Vulture, Rhino, and Scorpion, which fight in pairs against him. If the villains were actually strong and a challenge for Spider-Man, do you really think that they would need henchmen to fight against him? Or do you think that they should pair up to stand a chance against him? Don't get me wrong, I love the idea of having Spider-Man fight against two bosses at the same time, but in this game, most of the fights are like that. In most fights, the villain needs support from henchmen or from another villain, and even with the support, the fight continues to be easy. You can see the boss fights on screen right now, and all of the fights were recorded on the ultimate difficulty. I'm talking about the hardest difficulty in the game because honestly, if I'm complaining of how easy it is, I obviously need to play on the hardest difficulty because that's the maximum amount of challenge that the game can offer. But even then, I don't feel like it's enough to satisfy my urge for a good boss fight. Now, even though in general I think the boss fights are not that challenging and that they should improve, I believe that some of the boss fights that we got are very good, and even on the ones that I'm complaining about, I think there are some good elements that they could take to use again and improve their boss fights in the future. But before I tell you what's good about them, I just want to remind you to leave me a thumbs up if you're enjoying this video, support my work, and also subscribe to the channel and activate the notification bell so that you can keep receiving all my videos. Okay, talking about good boss fights, we have Silver Sable, for example. She has the adaptation that I was talking about early of the web shooters. If you start the fight using
I saw people complaining about the Sable boss fight, that like she's more challenging than some of the other boss fights with like people with like actual superpowers. And like, yeah, it doesn't make sense that she's more challenging, but like, would you rather have a weaker boss fight or a better boss fight? Like, that doesn't really make sense. I think the one problem with Silver Sable's boss fight is they don't really clarify when she can, like, she does some moves against you that like it's like it feels like unfair. But I still think she's a really good boss fight. I dodge, she still hits me. Yeah, there's some elements like that. Like even when you start comboing her, it doesn't really, like, you don't, sometimes you can hit her like 5 times, and then other times you hit her twice, and then she'll do like that little flip move that takes off like half your health bar. So I think those are like the 2 problems with that fight. Can you look up Marvel Spider-Man 2 how Gwen can be introduced? That sounds interesting. I'll look that up after this.
You're gonna web her up.
Why do people think Batman Beast Fury talking about Spider-Man, not the cop? I don't know.
Gonna get vulnerable. You can beat her up a little, but after that, she's gonna start blocking using a shield. She's also gonna start blocking throwables, so you're not gonna be able to open her defense like before. You're gonna have to actually fight against her and try to find an opening when you dodge her moves. She also doesn't get vulnerable as easily as the others, because even if you web her up, there is the chance that she will break free. Regarding her fighting moves, she can be very unpredictable when it comes to countering you, because even if you find an opening to deal damage on her, she can counter you at the end of your combo in a way that you can't even dodge or avoid, because your spider sense doesn't warn you in time. It's so fast and unpredictable that you kind of have to study if you're gonna keep attacking a little more, or if you're just gonna
that's a good element of the fight, but it is a little
This
unfair.
unpredictability can also be found in the fight against Taskmaster. If you're close to him, there is a chance that out of nowhere he just uses one of your own finishes moves against you, and that deals a ton of damage. Without you even being warned with your spider sense, you can lose almost your entire life bar without even noticing. And the webs and gadgets are gonna be no good here too, because he cuts them before they get to him. For you to find an opening, you're gonna have to throw something at him, maybe throw the bombs back, use the dodge under moves to attack him in the back, or dodge at the perfect moment so Spider-Man will counter him and shoot a web in his face, which is exactly how I think a boss fight should go. You should have to fight for an opportunity to deal damage, and not just easily get it by webbing the opponent up every...
The Taskmaster boss fight is good if you don't cheese it. Like, it's so easy to cheese, but if you actually fight it the way they intended you to fight, it's actually a good boss fight. But like, he's so easy to beat if you cheese it. And it also depends on, like, I think they made a mistake with the Taskmaster fight where like he can just spawn anywhere like once you beat his final challenge. I feel like they should have had his final challenge in a set place, because like you can like concussive blast him off a fucking building and shit, and you can like just combo him midair. What's one improvement you want to see with the boss fight in Spider-Man 2? I mean, I'm kind of going over it in this video. Do you think we could get a Spider-Gwen game? I don't know if we will. Like, it's a possibility. I would love to see it. I really want to see it. But it all comes down to money.
Every time, or just waiting for the opponent to make a mistake and then having like 10 seconds of vulnerability to go there and deal a ton of damage. He's also a good example of how it's possible to have a boss fight where you can't evade the villain. You cannot escape him because he goes after you or because he has some tactics to force you into the fight. Because if you try to escape him as Spider-Man, he's gonna trap you with the bolos. I think that's how you call that trap. And you're gonna get trapped. You're gonna have to get rid of it. But while you're doing that, Taskmaster is gonna follow you and he's gonna appear out of nowhere using smoke. So you simply can't just.
I like how Taskmaster can literally just fucking teleport.
Having to worry.
Like there's no way. I know they do the little smoke. Like Batman does the little. He throws a smoke pellet and then he just disappears. But Taskmaster legitimately fucking teleports. Like you can't convince me otherwise. Venom boss fight is gonna be the best boss fight in the second game. Yeah, probably. Spider-Gwen is better than Silk. Have you seen the unused Green Goblin mask for the first Raimi Spider-Man? I think I know what you're talking about, but not 100%. What could they do for the Kraven boss fight in the next game? I mean, just it depends how the story goes, honestly, like in terms of the atmosphere. But I would like to see Kraven like trying to sneak up on Peter. Like this is why I kind of want the spider sense to be nerfed a little bit. Like I want like I don't know if y'all know the TASM, like TASM 2 actually had a good concept in that game with Kraven. Like he like hides in like trees and shit, and then he like creeps up on you and like tries to sneak attack you. That's a good concept that could be used really well in a boss fight against Kraven. I also just think they need to give him a really good varied moveset, as well as, and like this is why I like the parry mechanic being introduced so much. They're gonna definitely have moves where he has unblockable attacks, and then he has moves that you can't dodge, so that you have to get the correct parry timing. I think if they really nail the parry mechanic in this game, it's gonna be fucking it's gonna be amazing. Have you seen Crisis Arkham Batman vs Insomniac Spider-Man? Yeah, I talked to Crisis multiple times. Speaking of Crisis, Crisis is, if the SK dude makes a response to my video, which he is, or he said he is, depending how long his video is, because I know I've seen some of his responses on Twitter, they're not good. So depending on how long his video is, I'm gonna react to it on stream with Crisis. So y'all stay tuned to that.
Because if you try to run away, I'm gonna capture you and I'm gonna go after you. Of course, some villains are gonna have trouble trying to force Spider-Man to fight them, but in order for you to fix that problem, you can have that encounter in a close quarters environment, just like you have against Martin Lee in the train. I mean, even though Spider-Man has potential of escaping inside the train, there's not much room for him to web swing or do anything. So you're forced to get the fight. Characters like Rhino, for example, that have absolutely no way for Spider-Man to stay down and fight him, maybe that's a way to force the fight to happen. Since you brought up Martin Lee's fight on the train, I want to mention two positive aspects of it that honestly I think are one of the best things that Insomniac should keep in their fights. The first one is the timing for you to dodge the projectiles or even physical attacks. Because in this fight, the same attack can have different timings for it to come out. Martin Lee can charge his projectiles a little bit longer, or maybe he's gonna throw it a little faster, and depending on how he's gonna do it, you're gonna have to react.
It's crazy though, because this boss fight against Martin Lee could have been so good if they added like 2 more moves to his moveset, as well as made his attacks come faster. That could have been a really good boss fight. It's crazy how like just that one small tweak could have made this boss fight that wasn't really good to something that was really great. My top 3 favorite superheroes is Batman, Spider-Man number 1, Batman number 2, and then Moon Knight number 3.
Or faster. If he charges a little bit more and you dodge too soon, he's gonna hit you
Yeah.
because you dodged it on the wrong time.
So like this fight has
Just
good
as
elements.
you can expect him to charge an attack and then you wait before dodging, but then the attack comes up faster and ends up hitting you as well because you weren't expecting it. This unpredictability is great because it actually forces you to pay attention on the move that the villain is doing.
Alright, I wonder if he talks about, does he talk about Miles Morales' boss fights? Yeah. Because I want to see...
Missiles drop on the floor, they're gonna leave some energy there that Spider-Man cannot touch, or otherwise it's gonna damage him as well. So you're gonna have to be careful to get out of there and not come back as well. All of that actually adds
I think the
new
Hammerhead
possibilities
boss,
for you.
the Hammerhead boss fight is the best boss fight from Spider-Man PS4. I felt like both Spider-Man games were easy, even on the hardest difficulty. I hope the next one is challenging. Yeah, I agree. It is easy. I don't think that necessarily makes it bad. I would like to see it more, more challenging. Because, like, even easy games can be fun. I think the main thing about Spider-Man's shit is, like, it still has engaging enemy designs when they're all grouped up against you. Because you constantly have to dodge in that game when you're fighting a big group of enemies. Like, like, if you replay the hideout missions, you have to dodge like every 2 seconds. It's not like piss easy. It's not like baby mode shit. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is for some people, because like if you've played it for a long time, you could say that. But I mean, like, I don't remember what the regular ultimate difficulty is like for Spider-Man, because I have a mod that makes the game harder and makes enemies attack faster. So I don't remember what the actual ultimate difficulty is like, but I don't think it's like piss easy. What's the hardest Spider-Man PS4 boss fight? I'd probably say Hammerhead. I didn't say Ultimate was easy. I mean, it wasn't easy. I just don't think it's egregiously easy. Like, there's no engagement or challenge at all. Like,
to get hit, new possibilities for the enemies to become a threat for you, which also causes the boss fights to be more challenging. Now, you can find the boss fights already challenging and good in the way they are, and that's totally fine. Everybody has their opinion. But the reason why I think this is a huge problem and is not something that is only my opinion is because I'm not the best player of Marvel Spider-Man. I'm just a guy who loves Spider-Man and has played the other Spider-Man games in the past and that plays a lot of video game. So when I get to Marvel Spider-Man, I want some challenging, as a lot of people who play video games does. And the game doesn't really give that to me, especially when we get to the boss fights. And as a Spider-Man fan, that's exactly what I expect the most, the villains. I want to see the villains and have Spidey fighting them. It's the most exciting part of the game for me. And I want that to be challenging. And if the hardest difficulty doesn't give me that challenge, then there's nothing left for me to do. I cannot make the game harder myself. I need the developers to do that for me.
you can do it if you're on PC.
I have nowhere to go after the hardest difficulty. And I keep imagining the situation for those hardcore Marvel Spider-Man players who know the advanced mechanics, are very good in combat. For them, the situation is even worse. And I'm not even close to being one of those great players. So I think a lot of people are included here and would enjoy a more challenging experience, especially against the bosses. But I'm very confident that Insomniac will deliver an even better experience in Marvel Spider-Man 2. I really believe that because I can see a lot of improvements in Miles Morales. The boss fights that you have against Prowler and
Tinkerer is the best.
Exactly what I
expected. Tinkerer is the best boss fight in the
if
series.
You play that game, if you look at the boss
She's got
fights,
delayed attacks. Her attacks hit hard. They come fast.
Spider-Man, they are not present in those boss fights. You can see that all
Tinkerer
of
is definitely the best boss fight in the series.
The game are present there as well. They don't let you escape easily. They are not easily webbed up. They don't get vulnerable easily. They don't really make mistakes so that you can just, you know, stay safe and wait for them to get vulnerable. They don't do that. You gotta fight for your opportunity to actually stand a chance of dealing damage. So everything that I said that I'd like for a boss fight, Miles Morales got it right with the Prowler and with Tinkerer. Rhino, it's not so bad too, I'm not gonna lie. I really enjoyed the fights against Rhino. they still have some aspects like having henchmen, like easily creating your opportunity using Venom attacks. But again, it's the fight against Rhino. Rhino's a little harder because of his size and the way the fight would go. But with Prowler and Tinker, it was pretty much close to perfection for me, if not perfect. And I think in Marvel Spider-Man 2, they already learned with the first game with Miles Morales, and they are gonna make it just perfect in the next one. Now I want to know your opinion and your thoughts. Do you agree?
All right, yeah. I mean, I think he has some good points in that video. What's your thoughts on Crisis Spider-Man scaling video? He has, yeah, I know. I agree with Crisis. I don't agree that he or I talked to him. I told him I don't agree with the fact that he has Miles above Peter in the Insomniac universe. Like they're equal. Like I think they're equal in terms of physical attributes. But all right, what was that one video one of y'all were telling me to watch? How Gwen can be, but oh yeah, that was it. That was it. How Gwen can be introduced in Spider-Man 2.
What is going on, everybody?
God damn, that mic is terrible.
Phoenix here, and welcome back to a
Sounds like he's talking on like a fucking PlayStation controller.
We're discussing how Gwen Stacy could make her appearance in Marvel Spider-Man 2. So if you guys
was this the video, by the way? Is this the right video? Peter can jump higher in the Insomniac games. Yeah, I know. That's pretty funny. This is the right video? Alright.
Like button down below, hit the subscribe button as well. And without a doubt, let's go ahead and get right into it. So, this article is coming from the ScreenRant.com, and it says, shortly before its release, Insomniac Games of Marvel Spider-Man hinted about Gwen Stacy's fate in the universe of the games. The hints align with some other deviations from the traditional Spidey timeline that Insomniac's universe.
What hints is he talking about?
The character's surge in popularity. And
I'm pretty sure the only mention of Gwen was in a article, or not an article, it was like an interview where somebody asked Insomniac if Gwen's alive in the universe, and they were like, she's not dead. So essentially saying like she's in the universe, but like we just don't know about her.
More likely that a version of Spider-Gwen could possibly make an appearance in the upcoming Marvel Spider-Man 2.
Where the hell did he get this fucking article from? What? Screen Rant. Oh my god, bro. Jesus.
You guys already know, with the surge in popularity, there is a huge chance, because Spider-Gwen has become, you know, increased to people's top 3 when it comes to spider people. So honestly, her making her own appearance in the game would be amazing. It would be a breath of fresh air.
It wouldn't.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it could be amazing to see.
No, it wouldn't.
Popularity that she already has, along with
not
that.
Spider-Gwen.
Following that, it also
maybe regular Gwen, but I don't see the reason why introducing Spider-Gwen into
not yet become the Goblin in Insomniac's universe. Infamously is responsible
Insomniac,
for death
the Insomniac universe.
While these clues aren't an outright confirmation that Gwen is alive and well in the game's universe, it does imply that the devs may be saving her for a future storyline. Now, as you guys know,
yeah, regular Gwen Stacy is fine.
Saying who said that Gwen is dead in our universe? That clearly implies that she is not dead. That makes a lot of people think. That makes me think, and that makes us think that she is alive and well in the Insomniac universe. So that could obviously be one.
Well, they confirmed that.
We're going to go ahead and get into Across the Spider-Verse storylines. So, at the end of Across the Spider-Verse, Gwen opened up a portal to go to Earth 42. Now, who's to say that she didn't go to Earth 42? I think that she went to Earth. Say she ends up in 1048.
Bro, yeah, I'm not watching this shit. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. First of all, the Spider-Verse movies aren't even canon to Insomniac's character, because Gwen in that movie is from Earth 65, and it completely contradicts her whole comic origin and storyline, which is still continuing, which Insomniac Spider-Man is also connected to. It's like it's not gonna happen. This man whipped out the theory talking about, yeah, she's just gonna leave Miles. She didn't go to Earth 42. She went to fucking Insomniac universe. No, the hell he didn't. No, the hell she didn't, bro. All right, what videos do y'all want me to fucking give me a video to watch? Listen to the main boss theme from Shin Megami Tensei. What the hell is that? Oh, what the hell is it? Is this it? No, I'm not listening to that. One thing I don't like about Crisis is him saying Electro uses lightning when the comics says he uses electric-based attacks. Well, I mean, it says in the game that he uses I'm pretty sure his bio says something like lightning in the form of lightning blast, but his powers aren't electric based. I mean, no, his powers aren't lightning based, they're electric based. So even if they come out in the form of lightning blast, like they look like lightning blast, that doesn't mean it's moving at the same speed as lightning would. Did you watch Young Defiant video on why Spider-Man PS4 sucks? I've seen it before, yeah. One video, oh my god, hold on. One video I did see, it's by this dude, it's like the Amazing Lucas or some shit. What the hell? This shit, bruh.
A lot more unknown questions, such as wall running. There was no vertical. Now, having said that, we have to get into
he's talking about Spider-Man 2's gameplay.
Is definitely some bad in what they showed us thus far. First and foremost, one thing that stuck out to me were the animations. There were animations that I've seen, you know, in Miles Morales and in Spider-Man 1. Now, I don't know if, you know, they did this on...
That's true, but at the same time, apparently this footage was supposed to be released later. It's I made the same criticism that I would like to see more I would like to see more animations be showed off. But I'm like 100% sure by the time the game actually comes out, there's going to be more animations. They just didn't show them off yet because it was an old build of the game. And like if you know how games are made, like if you have one build of the game, right? You still have, because there's these things called animation blueprints, and that all has to be aligned with and it basically is like, it's hard to describe it. You get a set path of animations, and you have to flow them together, and then you have to code that into the thing. So if you have an old build of the game, those animation blueprints aren't going to be there.
On purpose, and they didn't want to show the new web swinging animations, you know, given that they showed so much. But that was something that stuck out, and it kind of devalued the gameplay a little bit for some people, including myself, because like, okay, I've seen this before. You guys haven't updated the web swinging animations. In addition to that was the black suit animations. The black suit animations seemed very similar, one-to-one, with his regular red suit animation, his swinging animations were the same, even though he had the black suit. His dodge animations were the same, even though he had the black suit. And that is something that hopefully they address moving forward, because that can't be. We can't have the black suit play the same way that the red suit has. I think the swinging needs to be a little more aggressive. I mean, they've done this, in Web of Shadows. That's another thing they have to take into account. Everything they're showing us, people are automatically going to compare. It just is what it is. Because if it's been done before, you want to compare it to what's been done and see how they improved upon that.
Well, for one thing, Web of Shadows' animations are literally, there's like 4 different ones. You can't do air tricks in Web of Shadows. Like the web swinging and shit in Web of Shadows is not, it's not better than Spider-Man PS4 or Miles Morales' shit. But like regarding like 2 different animation sets, yeah, I agree with that part.
Swinging, it's gonna have to be
like
aggressive.
But I remember he said I don't remember exactly what he said, but I know he said some other shit that I just was not.
If they did it in Web of Shadows, then surely they can do it here. Another thing that was pointed out to me was the UI. Now I was more focused with the the gameplay than the UI, but upon looking at the UI seems divorced. Okay, it seems completely fragmented. You have one.
I don't get this criticism. I've seen people say the same thing. I don't get what's wrong with the UI. It looks completely fine. What's good, Arachnid? How's Final Fantasy? It's really good. It's been really good. I still have to finish the game. I don't know why I haven't finished it yet.
One aspect here, another aspect here. You have the 2 up top. It needs to be unified. They need to fix that UI moving forward. And I think they will, because they listen to audience reactions and advice. But that seems to be a disaster. The last thing I have on my bad list is going to be the set pieces. The set pieces in this gameplay trailer, I can't help but notice that they feel dated. It just is what it is. After coming and seeing all the set pieces that we've had previously, these set pieces feel dated. It feels like, okay, this is some gameplay mechanics that would be cool, like back in 2012 or something like this. Right now,
this isn't possible in 2012, bro. Why do you say that the web swinging is better in Marvel Spider-Man? If you're talking about in regards to like why is it better than Web of Shadows? The only thing Web of Shadows really has over Spider-Man PS4's web swinging is the speed. Like Spider-Man PS4's web swinging is a lot more smooth. The camera in Web of Shadows is not good. You're constantly fighting the camera in Web of Shadows, and also like when you knock into a wall. When you run into a wall in Spider-Man PS4, it keeps your momentum flowing, which could be good or not good, or like some people may want it, some people may not want that. I just don't like the way Web of Shadows, like when you bump into a wall, it kind of just makes you stop, which wouldn't be inherently a problem. But the camera is so bad that it just completely just doesn't feel earned when you lose your momentum in that game. Whereas Spider-Man PS4, the camera is legitimately never skips a beat. Like it's always on point. And it's also just a lot more smoother. Also, you can do air tricks in Spider-Man PS4. There may not be a lot, but at least there's something. Web of Shadows doesn't have that. The webs also connect to building in Spider-Man PS4. What else was I about to say? The web zip Web of Shadows has completely loses all your momentum. Like when you do a web zip in Web of Shadows, you lose all your momentum. It's the opposite in Spider-Man PS4. Spider-Man PS4's wall running is also better. It's got the point launch, which is also really good. And it also what's it called? It also feels like it has weight to it. Web of Shadows swinging does not feel like it has any weight to it. Now I'm confused what you think. So do you think Insomniac Spider-Man scales below the movie versions like Andrew, Tom, and Toby now because of Crisis? Because before you said that Insomniac scales above them. Yeah, I talked to Crisis about it, and yeah, I agree. The movie versions are above. Purely because they have the feats against other characters, like what's his name? Because I didn't know how high they scaled before I made that video. What do you think is the most underrated Spider-Man game? Personally, I think it's Edge of Time. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I agree, Edge of Time, because I feel like Edge of Time doesn't get a lot of love. I like Edge of Time, though. What's better in Web of Shadows is that it feels less automated. I don't know how you mean by that, because, like, I don't really get it. You use R2 to swing in Web of Shadows, and you can pretty much go wherever you want. In fact, you have more control over your web in Web of Shadows. Not more control. Like, you can control your direction better in Web of Shadows when you're not fighting the fucking camera.
Now, where we are as far as the gaming industry, this is unacceptable. Okay, and what I'm referring to is the little set piece of Miles where he's dodging the lizard in the water. I'm sorry, there's nothing there. Now, the reason why I say it feels dated, because it's been done before, and it's been done better. For example, Uncharted. Uncharted is known for set pieces.
Uncharted set pieces are amazing. So to compare the set pieces of Uncharted, that's not like a, what's the word? The opposite of a, I'd say the opposite of a compliment. An insult, I guess, to Spider-Man PS4's set piece. Like, Uncharted set pieces are amazing. And, like, there's no Uncharted set piece that really looks like what we just got from that Spider-Man 2 gameplay.
Small and mundane is running away and running towards camera. There's something that breaks up the monotony of this, okay? And, you know, Uncharted, at least they're having a dynamic camera. The camera angles is changing. The character is falling, even though they may be automatic sequences that you don't have control over him falling, but it's done there to switch it up, right? So it just doesn't seem like...
You know what the funny thing about... He doesn't even... Alright, this is how I know he doesn't really know what he's talking about. Uncharted 2, this camera, this dynamic camera is something that, like, can punish you in a way that's unfair. You see how Nathan's running and you can't really see where the hell you're going? There. If you were to run to the right there, you might have died right there, and it wouldn't even been your fault because you can't see what the hell's going on in front of you.
To switch it up, right?
Like, that's clunky right there. That's not that is dated. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
So it just doesn't seem like, okay, well, he's running towards camera, right? In this, all you're doing is just pretty much dodging the lizard's attack. There's no point in even you swaying. Now, if they're gonna add something like going left and right, at least have something that you're dodging. Maybe,
Bro,
dodging the lizard's attack. There's no point in even you swaying. Now, if they're gonna add something like going left,
like dodging, what the fuck do you think he's doing right there? What are you talking about?
Left and right. At least have something that you're dodging. Maybe there's obstacles coming that you have to go left and right. I would think in a scene like that, because it's just a flat camera, right? The camera doesn't really change. You may have certain parts where they highlight the lizard attacking, but it's really the same shot throughout this entirety of the movement, and that becomes boring. Maybe if there was something, more dynamic camera angles as they're going.
More dynamic camera angles, like the camera angles in Uncharted 2 where you can barely see where you're going. Makes sense.
Or maybe, hey, just switch up the shot. I think what they should have done was just honestly combine those two set pieces. The set piece of him in the water and then the set piece when he's on the pier, and have it be one long sequence. Like, once again,
all right, he said before, like with this set piece, he wants obstacles. What the hell do you think this set piece is? You're moving left and right to avoid these obstacles.
It had to be one long sequence. Like, once again, Uncharted has done. Uncharted is like the king of set pieces. It feels amazing. It not only looks amazing, but it feels amazing because even though it's like a set piece and there's limited mobility, you still have a certain amount of freedom in the character that is not seen in Spider-Man.
It is seen. It's literally exactly what we see in Spider-Man. What is he talking about? like it's to be compared to on the same level as this set piece from Uncharted 4, which is like the best set piece in the series. That's not an insult towards the game. This is an amazing set piece.
Man, once again, once you're on the pier or whatnot, it's just going swaying left and right, left and right. I know there's obstacles coming at your way, which is why you have to sway. Great, that's awesome, but it's boring, right? I just got out of a set piece where I was just going left and right. Now you're bringing me back into the same thing after you had this cutscene breaking up the two. Why not just combine it and come up with something different? Have Spider-Man, I don't know, webbing people up or saving people or jumping. Maybe you have a jump mechanic instead of, you know, just going back and forth trying to avoid things. Something
that's
that
what you just wanted.
Some control to the player.
They're giving us control. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? That's literally what you just saw. You don't even need to have your hands on the controller to see that.
Right. There is no dynamic, you know, angles with it, of filming it. Something to break up the scene. Now we get to the ugly. I know this may be controversial, but the ugly for me is the suit. I absolutely despise the symbiote suit. It doesn't feel like a symbiote suit.
Yeah, I don't need to hear that part. It's not that good. I don't think it's that good. I mean, I still think the symbiote suit's like a 7 out of 10. But at the end of the day, it's like there's gonna be alternate suits. If you don't care about it, it's like whatever. Just switch to a different suit.
Adding like the suit, they on Spider-Man.
All right, this
more organic feel to the symbiote suit, and I think they could maintain as far as it being Insomniac because they very much want. I'm hoping that you know there.
Where the hell is the picture
suit actually takes over. Be like that. I try to do something similar like that.
That looks terrible. He probably photoshopped that shit, so he's not gonna make it look like professional. But this looks terrible.
And Photoshop, but that as it starts to progress, it's no longer there, and it starts to get over. That's what. And I think there's a lot more to show us. A lot more. I mean, they showed us a lot, but there's a lot more unknown questions, such as wall running. There was no vertical or down wall running, which was, it seemed out of place, because we'd always been able to wall run up and then wall run down. But as far as you going sideways, you would have to stop and then wall run up. Nextly, I think when it comes to wall running up, I think there wasn't a significant change in speed in you pressing X, you know, and web zipping. Now they don't have to do the slide, or maybe they can do a variation of the slide when it comes to Web of Shadows, right? You would either web zip and then slide
Bro,
up.
I don't think people understand when they look at these clips of Web of Shadows. I promise you, he literally just looked up clips of Web of Shadows and he didn't play the game when he actually showed these clips. If I was to pull up Web of Shadows right now, right? This will take like 2 seconds. God damn. Thank you for the $30, my boy. Appreciate it. Like if I was to if I was to load up Web of Shadows right now, let me show you how the camera fucking works. When you try to do that little wall run mechanic. Alright. You see a wall right here, right? Like, bro. Alright, hold up. That was on me. I forget the button to press. Hold on. What's the button you press to go up the wall? I'm pretty sure it's A or B. Like, you see how this shit works? Like, if this was Insomniac shit, we would go up, and the camera would just, like, it just made, like, do you see what I'm saying, bro? Like, it's not as smooth as people like to look back on with fucking rose-tinted goggles. Like, it's not like that.
So that's going to be interesting to see. a day and night cycle, I think that's mandatory, right? Right? I mean, come on, right?
It's not mandatory, but outside of free roam, like during the main story, I don't think we need a day and night cycle. But outside, once you beat the main story, I would like to see a day and night cycle.
I think day and night cycle in this game is mandatory. Another aspect to see is maybe an improvement in the web swinging. Whether or not they still have that magnet web swinging where you can't hit the ground, where it automatically just,
This man made his first valid point. I agree 100%. I also mentioned that in my web swinging improvements video.
Buffer between you and the ground, and it comes off very weird in certain cases when web swinging. So maybe they fix that. Hopefully we'll see. Lastly, the web tunnel. That's one thing that I was like, yo, the web tunnel is a great mechanic. Why is it underutilized in the game? Now, in this, we have the web wings, and it seems like there's an aspect of web tunnel, but with the web wings as he goes through, the subway cart, whatnot. So I hope there's more elements like that in the game where you can go through a building or you can, go through this.
Do you know how many water towers and shit there are in the game for you to do that mechanic? Does Read Comics Online have all Spidey comics? Not all of them, because some of them don't work. Like, I think Ultimate Spider-Man, there's issues 1 through 15, and then it skips all the way to, 100 through, 135, to the end. Is there possible to give away, because the chat isn't showing any of my requests at all? I mean, I see your comments. I can see your comments, so I don't know how you mean. Just type the video in the chat. You'll see it. Ultimate Spider-Man has all the comics on Read Comics Online. It depends which one you have there. Maybe Read Comics Online has it, but the one I use, which is Comics Extra, Ultimate Spider-Man. Where's this shit at? This shit. It's only got, alright, so 1 through 15, and then it goes all the way to 150 to 160. It doesn't have all of the, maybe it has it in a different shit. I don't know. This shit is so convoluted, this website. It's so, the UI on it is so bad. Video by Amazing PSM, probably Spider-Man, about making a Spider-Man origin game. I think I might have watched that. Alright, hold on. There was another video from this dude talking about innovation. I watched half of it.
And the final.
Alright.
Oh my
God. I'm gonna watch this one real quick.
David Jaffe, world famous God tier game designer, best known for his Twisted Metal and the best game on God's Green Planet, or
Y'all
one
go watch
God of War
video
2,
about SK.
put out some comments in regards to Spider-Man 2 for the PS5. And I looked at him, and I have to say, I absolutely agree. Now, I know some of his comments, some of my comments, tend to put, the fanboys,
but I've watched the season 1 of the show.
It tends to rub them, the wrong way. But nonetheless, the truth must be said. Now, during his live stream, someone commented, hey, if it's more of the same, how can it be bad?
Yeah, Robert George says, how can more of the same be bad? Well, it's not more of the same. That's the thing. More of the same in the case of, let's say, Spider-Man, includes in that, one of the things you got from Spider-Man 1 was a sense of excitement and newness and, oh my God, the swinging. So if you aren't seeing anything in the trailer that brings you that same sense of newness and excitement,
the web wings did that for me.
The same. And I think that's the complaint a lot of people have about it.
And he goes on to say that, in fact, when
it's funny because, we know the game isn't finished. They have a statement saying there's going to be advanced web swinging mechanics. The creative director for the game said that. I don't know if the dude knows about that, so I won't hold him to that. But in that gameplay demo alone, we saw the web wings, we saw faster traversal, and we saw the slingshot mechanic. And it also looks like the animations are a little bit more smoothed out. So I don't really know what that was.
Spider-Man 1, there was a sense of awe and, you know, innovation to how the web swinging did, you know, the gadgets and stuff like that. So, if that sense of awe and innovation is not present in the sequel, then in fact, it's not more of the same.
But we literally, all right, so mind you, the dude he's talking about worked on God of War 2, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what he said. By the same logic, Ragnarok isn't more of the same, because Ragnarok literally just takes God of War 2018's gameplay and improves upon it in like every single way. So it's like, I don't know how you can say that about Spider-Man. Like, it's a sequel. Like, I don't know what, they're not gonna reinvent the wheel and make a brand new game. They're gonna take the elements of the first game and they're gonna expand upon them. We saw that shit in the shit. Like, we saw the parry mechanic. The parry mechanic isn't just some small thing. Like, that's not just something you brush under the rug. That is going to be a major factor that already adds a lot more engagement to the gameplay. Purely based off the fact that there's going to be unblockable attacks, and then there's going to be attacks that you can't dodge, and you have to get a perfect parry timing on.
And I can't argue with that. He's 100% correct. And this is something that I had to tussle with. Yes, you're excited because you're a Spider-Man fan, but what about people who aren't a Spider-Man fan? Are they still going to be impressed with the sequel? And you start looking at certain things and you realize, well, there's really nothing that separates this from Spider-Man 1.
That's just objectively wrong.
There's really not. When it comes to the suit is already being modded. And if I were to show you gameplay of Spider-Man...
What is your point? I don't understand the point of saying it's been modded. Like, what does that mean? Who cares? It's like, do you know... I'm not even gonna...
Spider-Man 1 with the suit and Spider-Man 2, it would be very hard to distinguish because the combat feels the same. Aside from the obvious, right, the finishers and, you know, the special moves. But at the same time, even the special moves, where's the innovation? And this goes into the second part, where he talks about that, hey, when it comes to innovation, innovation costs money.
You absolutely have to create new things if you want to recapture the same freshness that the first game did. And that takes time. And that takes iteration. And that takes money.
So unless you want to wait a significant amount of time...
I don't know why he's using some game developer that worked on God of War 2 as, like, I don't know, like some sort of, like, staple in his argument. Like, oh my god. It's like the same people that, like, say the one dude who played Starkiller, like, his opinion rules over all. Like, just because he's worked on games, that doesn't mean his opinion is, like, right.
For a sequel where they have time to innovate, then this is what you're going to get, right? If you want it within this 2-year time span or whatnot, you want good and fast, this is what you get. Because when it comes to the innovation, there doesn't seem to be that much innovation in this game. What they have shown us. Once again, all we can go off of is what they show us. I'm sick and tired of people deflecting, oh, it's an old build, oh, this is this and this. Well, then don't show us that, okay? Because what you showed us is supposed to entertain us, right? It's supposed to make us want to get...
They showed off numerous new features about the game, and he's saying it doesn't, like, oh my god, bro.
The game. It's marketing at the end of the day. Now, when you take a serious look at the symbiote powers, they're very much just a different variety of the powers we had in Spider-Man 1.
Looks very, similar.
For example, the move where he puts him up in the air. That's the first one. I know that's the second power that we see. That's the same power as the gadget he had.
Oh, is it? Is it now? That's interesting, because I remember the suspension matrix not really having any control over the people that you're actually taking out. You throw the suspension matrix if you want to lift these people up into the ground, and then they stay there for like 20 seconds. Whereas in the Spider-Man 2 gameplay demo, we see he grips up 3 people. It's kind of like a better comparison would be Miles Morales, but hold on. Let's look at the Spider-Man 2 gameplay, right? It's actually baffling to me.
Leave Connors alone.
So he does that, and then the people are immediately falling down. We see two new moves implemented in like 2 seconds of gameplay. You can slide under people now, and then you can bounce them off of fucking concrete. That you couldn't do that in the last game.
Where he had the shockwave and would put everyone up in the air, it's the same thing. The move where he punches them against the...
And it's also like, the thing about the gadgets in the first game, even though, like I said in my video, they are fun, they're fun to use, and you can get creative with them, but they did have balancing issues, which not implementing those gadgets is probably going to, what's it called? Make the game more balanced and challenging. I don't really see how there's the problem with that.
The car, right? That's very much similar to the line, the line thing that grabs them and brings them up against the wall. It's the same concept. There is not a lot of innovation with the gameplay that we've seen, which is why people, including myself, are a little, hesitant in what they're going to bring to the table. In addition to the set pieces, the set piece they showed us was literally the same set piece, just from a different camera angle. Because the first time you're
we already talked about that. I already went over that.
Spider-Man Remastered, where it gives you as far as gliding there, not to the extent that is shown in the game, but if
oh my god, he's talking about the fucking web gliding mod in Spider-Man PS4. First of all, if you look at the fucking gliding here, like the mod, I've played with this mod. It's very stiff and it's not very polished
to the extent that is shown in the game. But
like, you see that it obviously looks way smoother when the actual game developer can go in and make that shit. Like, this obviously looks a lot better than the fucking mod he was trying to show off. And another thing about it is, like, I don't see what point he's trying to make. Like, oh, people have modded this into the previous game already. Okay, what's your point? They're making the previous game better, which is what a sequel is doing. Like, it's like, oh, well, they're making the web swinging faster. That's not doing anything, though. They're not really doing anything new. Just like the people have modded faster web swinging into the game. What do you want them to do? Just not make the web swinging faster? Like, just because someone modded it? Like, you make no sense. Like, oh my god, the mods literally make the fucking game better. Oh my god, it's such a stupid point.
If we're at the point where modders can replicate your game
within
a week.
They can't, because this looks nowhere near as polished as what we see in Spider-Man 2. It's he has no clue what the hell he's talking about. I promise you, he has not even fucking played he has not even played with this mod. He saw this shit online.
And it's not that big of a difference.
He's blind. He's fucking blind. He's actually blind.
Then we have a problem. I know they had a wind tunnel, but what difference is that? That's the same thing as the web tunnel. It's an automated
You don't actually
sequence.
glide to you hover and then start falling. Yeah, that's facts.
That
You
really
literally
screams
locked into an
innovation,
animation
that
for like
really
a second.
screams, hey, this is Spider-Man 2. I understand that the map is bigger. I don't care. I'm just going to come out and say it. I don't care that the map is bigger. Because if you want, there's tons of games that have massive maps, but there's nothing to do. There's a barren waste.
I don't care that the map is bigger, because other games have big maps, and it's a barren wasteland. How the fuck do you know that Spider-Man 2 is going to be like...
So unless exploring that map, having characters in that map, the side missions, the side quests, unless that is entertaining, then I don't care how big the map is. When it comes to graphics, a lot of people want to scream about the graphics. That doesn't mean anything. I care about the mechanics. I care about the actual game. And the final note.
I'm surprised. By the way, he's talking. I'm surprised he wasn't one of the idiots that tried to say Spider-Man 2 looks bad graphically when it looks objectively better than the first two games graphically.
Upon is something that I've been screaming from the rooftops when it came to Spider-Man 1, and that is, as a consumer, our job is to demand excellence.
I'm glad to at least be getting a little more information, but I do got to push back on these people that are. I mean, I think these people that are sitting around going, you know, it's the sequel. What do you want? Are you're fucking bootlicking?
Has the theme come out yet? Oh, that's a good fucking question. Hold on. I wonder if someone recorded the Spider-Man 2 theme at the Game Awards yet. Hold on. They're doing like some live orchestra for Spider-Man 2 theme. I wonder if someone what is it? Spider-Man 2 theme. I hate going on Twitter on stream because I'm so scared that some shit's gonna pop up. But I don't know. Alright, I don't think someone has posted it yet. I'll probably see it. We'll probably see it eventually. Someone's gonna post the theme eventually.
Stockholm Syndrome victims to these companies. Your job as a consumer is to demand excellence, is to demand to be delighted and surprised and excited.
Alright, that's completely fine to say. Like, because I'm also one of those people that thinks that, like, if you go to my channel, you'll see I have a bunch of videos saying that improvements that the game could make. And they're not even far-fetched improvements that the game could make. But if all of my things don't get... If all of the features that I want in the game that aren't too controversial, wouldn't make the game bad, everything that I've said about the game would only make it better. Like, every improvement that I think the game would make would only make the game just objectively better. Like, I gave an idea for, like, challenge maps that doesn't hurt, it wouldn't hurt the game in any way. And I also improved the combat and the web swinging. All of these things would just make the game objectively better. But if I don't get if I don't get everything I want, that doesn't mean the game is some sort of failure.
That all of these people you see making videos are very much bootlickers because they want to have, you know, an in with Insomniac so they get an early copy of the game or they get special privileges or whatnot, but that doesn't help Insomniac. You have to understand, it doesn't help them be better. When I was demanding certain things in the game, that helped them be better.
Well, I think you're the last person to be demanding things in the game because you don't know how game development works in the slightest.
Here's the thing, even with my demands, some of them were implemented, some of them were not. But I think the crux of this is innovation, is that, hey, this is something I want. This is something that would make the game better. This is something...
It's completely fair to say that, but when you're watching a gameplay demo and you're saying, oh, they did really nothing new when they showed off I have a whole 18-minute video on my fucking channel going over gameplay, or 14-minute video, going over new gameplay shit that we saw in fucking 10 minutes of gameplay alone. Like, what the hell is he talking? Not to mention the fucking interviews that they've gone over.
And the final note he touches upon is something that I...
Alright, yeah, this shit's... I'm done. Done watching this. Alright, new video. Give me a video to watch. I remember someone wanted me to watch something. I forget what it was called, though. The PSM video. Oh yeah, that was the video. PSM. I think I have watched this video, but I don't think I watched the whole thing.
Everything about this show annoys me. Sometimes I just want the things that Batman has, but instead of it being Batman, it's Spider-Man instead. I'd really love to see a Spider-Man Brave and the Bold style cartoon. I'd watch the shit out of that. But today I wait no longer. I'm stealing! What if Spider-Man had a Batman Arkham Origins style video game that took place within the Spider-Man PS4 universe. Today
I
will
want it.
be pitching to you
I would love it.
my idea.
He made the
for a
music way too
Spider-Man
fucking loud in this
PS4
video. You can barely hear him
video
talking.
game. Hello, welcome to the non-scripted section of this video.
Have you seen that
I'm gonna
SK
be
video
going
on
over
Spider-Man
my short
PS4?
idea for
Go to
what
my
I have
YouTube
for the
channel and
main
you'll
story.
figure out
It's
the
not
answer.
gonna be anything too complicated because I'm not a story writer. Despite the fact I'm writing a comic book, I am not a good story writer. I am only giving an idea for what I think the story could be based off of. Of course, I'm not saying that this story is perfect. There could be more added, and if any of you have any ideas for what could be added into this story, you can always suggest them in the comments section. I read almost every single one of your comments, so I encourage that if you have a good idea, it would
Alright,
be
we'll
best
watch
for me to see it in the
Arachnid's video.
comments. Spider-Man is just fresh out of losing his Uncle Ben. He's still going through the grief of his decision of letting the burglar run past him. That same burglar that killed Uncle Ben later that night.
Peter has learned that with great power
After
must
this.
come great responsibility.
And after 2 weeks without his Uncle Ben, he's decided that he's finally going to go out and start stopping criminals. The game starts on Peter's first swing in his brand new costume. Peter's costume is shabby. It's not too well put together. The boots are made out of socks. It's all leggings and sports shirts. I want to very much emphasize that this costume is homemade. It is as homemade as it gets. You can see the seams on the in-game model. You can see through the lenses a tiny bit. It's not as well put together as Peter has it in the later games. Spider-Man is
True, but it
stopping
also doesn't need to
criminals
look like
willy-nilly,
shit.
but he's been doing insane damage to the Kingpin's operations.
Dude, the
unbeknownst to
music in this video is so much louder than his voice, bro.
him. Kingpin is angered by this halt in his business by Spider-Man and decides that instead of taking him out immediately, he's going to wait to find something else he can use against Spider-Man in the future by monitoring his actions. Spider-Man slowly becomes a figure in the public eye thanks to the Daily Bugle printing bad press about him. The city does not like Spider-Man, despite the fact that he saves its civilians almost every day. Out one day on patrol, Spider-Man meets a fellow powered high schooler, Josephine Pulaski, from Amazing Fantasy issue number 17. Amazing Fantasy issue number 17 is from a small Amazing Fantasy continuation that tells the story of Spider-Man immediately after Amazing Fantasy 15. It's a very fun read. It's only 3 issues long, so if you don't really
Isn't
want to
that
sit
what
down
the
for a
original ASM run is? I didn't
100,000
even know that
issue
this
comic book,
existed.
I think this is a fun way to check out Spider-Man in his early years.
I thought this
believe
was what the
title is
original
Amazing
ASM run was
Fantasy
for.
Spider-Man, and it only has 3 issues, 16, 17, and 18, continuing off of Amazing Fantasy 15. Instead of sharing Spider-Man's guiltful obligation to be responsible and look after the citizens of New York, Josephine would rather live a life of irresponsibility and fly around and cause trouble. Unbeknownst to Spider-Man, some of the incidents he's been stopping
Sounds
have
exactly
been
like
because
Spider-Man
of
Velocity.
Joey. Construction workers almost getting killed by falling I-beams. That's because Joey was dicking around in the construction site. A flying car that Spider-Man has to catch to prevent from civilians being crushed. That's because Joey threw it around because she was bored. But this was before Spider-Man met her. Spider-Man and Joey become close friends, and Spider-Man starts to become a little less responsible as him and Joey fly around the city having fun. Some of these events wouldn't be just cutscenes, obviously, because that would be boring. I think a fun way for you to put the player in a position where they have to actually play with Joey would be to do like a classic Spider-Man race mission or a chase mission where you have to chase Joey around the city. Of course, something akin to the Black Cat mission in Spider-Man 2 and in Spider-Man PS4. Maybe some race missions around the city with Joey, stuff like that. Joey has no clue why Spider-Man uses his powers for good. And when Spider-Man suggests that they should start fighting crime together, Joey is very opposed to this idea. After one final heated fight about Joey being irresponsible, Joey decides that she no longer wants to be friends with Spider-Man. This is when Kingpin seizes his opportunity and hires Joey to finally put an end to the Spider-Man.
How the hell would
That's all I have
Kingpin
so
know that?
far. In terms of story, it's
I guess.
obviously not the best story in the world, but I do think something short like this could work. I'm thinking this game, at least the main story, should be as long as the Miles Morales game. It's a short little side game.
Alright, this fucking, it's kind of fucking, the music is so fucking loud. This video is kind of painful to listen to. I think for origin story, I like his concept, honestly. It kind of sounds like Spider-Man Velocity. Which I really like. But, I think, I agree with the length. Like, it doesn't need to be a fully fledged game. I honestly think it would work as a DLC, honestly. But wait a second. Still not on Twitter. Yeah, I'm just trying to hear that Spider-Man 2 theme, bruh. I want to see what it sounds like. All right, let me go back to YouTube. All right, I'm signing out of this shit. Y'all don't need to see my notifications. All right. What was your video, Arachnid? Which one did you want me to watch? I like how you have to. I hate this YouTube shit. I like how he's got the like the halfway watched mark on the in the thumbnail. That's just funny. Video by Arachnid Youth, me, SK in the dilemma of thinking too much. Thumbcast strikes back. Okay. Okay.
Merry late Christmas, everybody.
Jesus, why is it so loud?
Holidays, got some good presents. This will actually be probably my last video of the year, so I thought I'd end off with a pretty decent one. Anyways, on to today's video. So about a week or two ago, I made a video critiquing one of the many points of SK's Spider-Man PS4 video, most notably about Spider-Man fixing up police towers, with him making the claim that Peter had modified them to give the police a wider range of access to tracking more than just crimes. Meanwhile, I pointed out that that can't be the case, because if it were, we'd be hearing a lot more about it. So the reasonable conclusion is that only Peter has access to those
Are you playing TASM 2 Mobile? Is that what this game is? Is that what the background gameplay is? TASM 2 Mobile? I had that game on the iPad, I swear. When I was a little boy. But a wee lad. I still can't believe you made a 2-hour video debunking that review. Oh god, me neither. Y'all don't know the mental trauma I went through editing that video.
What do you think SK's reaction to my video was? Was it A, conceded with a, hey, you make a pretty good point? B, respectfully disagrees with
Hold on, are you gonna react to gaming vid or just Spider-Man? I mean, you guys can, it doesn't have to be just Spider-Man. You can
extra points explaining why he's
ask
actually
any other
right.
videos too.
Or C, make a really bad response and show what he thought would have proven his point, but actually reaffirms mine. I'll just sit here for a few seconds and let you decide in the comments. If you thought it was A or B, while I commend you for giving people the benefit of the doubt like I do, I hate to burst your bubble, but you were wrong! He made a response video... He made a response during a live stream, and the arguments he and his friends present just... They aren't very good. I would just react to it, but the points he and his friends bring up in the stream are just the ones he and his friends brought up on Twitter. I do want to get out of the way that somehow the biggest criticism I'm seeing is regarding the title in general, saying, oh, you're trying to criticize him for thinking about the story and its implications. No? Where are people getting this from? I wasn't criticizing for thinking about it in general. I was just pointing out that when you overthink something, it can blind you to the answer that's right in front of you. SK even knows this is the case because he pointed out to somebody who was commenting on it. Well, it seemed more so trying to argue that there's a simple answer, and that thinking too hard makes me overlook it. But the answer given doesn't add up.
It does add up, though. Like, oh my god, dude. I feel so bad for him because he lives in an echo chamber on Twitter.
Are you sure about that?
Well, that's very presumptuous of you. Let's see what you guys bring to the table, shall we?
I would like to see
your arguments. Kronos says he might have had a point, was it not for a side mission in which one of the police technicians in charge of the towers says that Spidey was piggybacking off of their system, which means the RFID tracking.
He doesn't even know what piggybacking means. I put that in my fucking video. I put the definition of piggybacking.
Obviously on their end.
Are you sure about?
What's funny is that this doesn't actually disprove my points. Let's go back to the Minecraft server analogy, since you guys seem to be a big fan of that one. If someone joins your server and they have mods on, you will not be able to see what mods they have. Just because the police know that Spider-Man is using their towers to track crime along with them, does not mean they can see what he sees.
Hold on, SK tries to conflate his points with big words and that bagel-sounding voice of his.
After reactivating the towers. Hell, it's the same when somebody freeloads off your Wi-Fi and uses it. You won't be able to see what the fuck they're doing on it, just that they're using it. SK then goes on to say,
Pizza
and
rolls.
He says verbatim that the towers are being modified, not the system in his mask. And we physically see him change the tower, not the stuff in his mask. Yeah, there's a funny thing about that statement. Remember during the opening of the game where Peter's phone goes off and...
All units, level 4 mobilization. Location, Fisk Tower.
Fisk?
His phone is what tracks the police broadcasts connected to the towers. The very same phone he uses to sync back up to the towers and uses to make the modifications with. You know what that phone is connected to? Bingo! The interface within his mask. Also about the whole we can see him physically change the tower thing. Are you talking about the animation that happens when the tower goes back online? I really hope that's not what you're talking about. Now, I was originally going to put my reaction to his reaction, but as I mentioned before, it's during a live stream in a Discord call, and while I was watching, I kept thinking of way too many objection memes.
Read Shocker's character bio in Spider-Man PS4 where Pete explains why he keeps his distance with Shocker. Damn, Shocker's 5'9". What a pussy. Herman Schultz, aka the Shocker, was one of my first super adversaries, also the cause of my first celebratory headline in the Daily Bugle. I was used to guys with guns or knives or even water balloons filled with hot sauce. I don't know why I forgot about this bio. Shocker could actually hold his own. If I had known ahead of time, I probably would have found a less destructive way taking him down, but nobody got hurt. And they were planning on remodeling the Flitterion building anyway. Ever since, I've been more careful to back off. If I thought fighting would put civilians at risk, I could always catch them later when I've got the upper hand. Wait, what? I thought fighting put civilians at risk. I can always catch them later when I've got the upper hand. I gifted Autodidact uses vibro shock units based on the own design to create high pressure air blasts.
Would have been repeating myself from the intro. One point that stood out to me is how they try to say that Yuri not telling Spider-Man that they can see the modifications he made is somehow bad world building.
How tall are you? I'm like 5'10", 5'11". I was just making a joke about Shocker. How would you scale PS4 above
I think
Spectacular?
The
I don't know where Spectacular scales, honestly.
They do point out a side mission that's supposedly about a maintenance worker knowing about the modifications. I didn't know this side mission existed, and I haven't been able to play the game in a while because my laptop can't handle the game anymore. So let's take a look at that.
Look, I know you've been hacking into our crime system towers.
Wasn't me. I mean, what towers?
It's funny because they somehow thought this was the gotcha moment, when it actually just reaffirms my point. Notice how the maintenance worker never said, I know you modified the towers. It's, I know you hacked into the towers.
Look, I know you've been hacking into our crime system towers.
And notice how scared shitless Peter gets because he believes the maintenance worker might actually see the modifications he made.
Wasn't me. I mean, what towers?
Now notice how he calms down once he realizes that the maintenance worker can't see the modifications he made.
I don't mind. In fact, I need your help. I think someone's jamming the system, and they must be using multiple jammers to cover the full frequency range. Could you take a look? If you help, I promise I won't tell anyone you're hacking us.
I prefer to call it sharing, but...
And once everything is said and done, and the
Are you
towers
doing
aren't being
two live
jammed
streams
again,
at the same time?
this
Yeah, I'm
is the
streaming on
final
YouTube
exchange between
and
Spider-Man and the
TikTok.
maintenance worker.
Looks like New York's finest have it from here.
Everything's clear on my end, too. Thanks for restoring the system, Spider-Man. I won't tell anyone you're piggybacking on it, but if you get caught, you're on your own.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to delete my selfies from the crime system servers.
Do you notice something? Throughout the entire exchange, the maintenance worker mentions absolutely nothing about the modifications Peter made, only that she knows he's been piggybacking off their system. Gee, I wonder why that could be. Well, Arachnid, it's because it's bad world building, you see. It's just lazy run. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Shut the fuck up! Stop fucking crying!
Once
that the dude
again,
from
back to
fucking
my
Far Cry?
Wi-Fi analogy. If somebody freeloads off your Wi-Fi and uses it, you will not be able to see what they're doing on it. You just know that they're using it. Case in point, the fucking towers. Just because the maintenance worker notices that...
I think, I don't remember correctly, but I think he said in the live stream that Peter's saying he has to delete his selfies from the crime system. Thinks it also reaffirms his point. I don't know if you say that in this video, but I think he said that in the live stream. I don't quite remember exactly what, but like that was also just a fucking joke.
Spider-Man's hacked into their system does not mean she can see the fucking modifications he made, or else she'd say something about it. Especially considering Peter would have most likely encrypted his side of things so they wouldn't be able to figure it out. Oh, by the way, I noticed you skipped over that part where I mentioned how Peter is extremely tech savvy in this game. Very curious. I wonder why you skipped over that part of my argument. I wonder why. Maybe it's because it pokes extremely glaring flaws in yours. Holy fuck, why did you ever think this would actually prove your argument? But back to my original point as to why I say SK is thinking too much about it. In my college class, my professor would talk to us and throw nuggets of wisdom our way that would help us in the long run. On the topic of writing an argument, one student would always ask a bunch of unnecessary questions where the teacher would just shut him down and say, your answer is right there, but you are thinking too much about it, and as a result, you are missing the answer. As a result of SK overthinking the surveillance tower, he has completely missed and overlooked the obvious answer. Even when presented with said obvious answer, he refuses to entertain it because the answer is just so fucking obvious, it can't be the case. This is going to be my last video on it because I have other projects I'm working on. And if you haven't noticed, the gameplay footage in the background is from TASM 2 Mobile.
Yeah. Oh my god. Nah, dude, SK's he's just smarter than all of us. He's reading between the lines, dude. What do you think Venom is in Spider-Man? Who do you think Venom is in Spider-Man 2 since the symbiote? I think Venom is... Wait, my theory is that it may be Krieger, and that's why it's not gonna be Krieger. That would be so dumb. What's it called? I think it's gonna be Norman. I think Harry's gonna die, and it's gonna wind up becoming Norman as Venom. But hold up, I'm about to go get a water bottle real quick. I'll be right back. Ugh. Norman and Harry were Venom in the Ultimate Spider-Man. I don't think Norman never became Venom in The Ultimate Spider-Man show, I'm pretty sure. Say a theory saying that symbiote doesn't even want Harry, it wants Norman. I mean, if you look at the here, if you look at the post-credit scene, you can see the symbiote. Oh shit! Like reaches out to Norman. Right here. I don't know if it's blurry because my stream, but you can see it. Dr. Morgan Michaels is Venom. I don't know if y'all know this, but Dr. Morgan Michaels is one of Morbius's aliases from the comics, so I think he could wind up becoming Morbius at some point. I would like to see it. I want to see Morbius as a side mission. Y'all ever think Venom actually just gains sentience after being on Spider-Man and forms his own body? Though it wouldn't make sense after why in the initial reveal trailer he says yes we will. I mean, Venom has always been sentient even before like Peter. Here's the thing with Venom. We have an ultimate case where Venom is twice, first without the logo and with the logo. So Spider-Man is between two phases of Venom. Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything? You think you'll be able to customize movements in Spider-Man 2? For example, you could replace Miles' Venom punch with blue electricity moves. I would like to see customizable animations, even though I don't think it's going to happen. I also mentioned in one of my videos that I would like to see like the ability to change Miles's lightning color. Because if I could use like purple lightning with Miles, that shit would go hard. Third game, I would like to see Morbius as the main villain. I doubt that's going to happen. If Morbius is going to be a villain, I think he's going to be most likely a side character or a side mission. Screwball is Venom. I think Miles will have a side mission with Fisk after his lawyers got him out. Maybe. But I don't think his lawyers are going to be able to get him out. He's in the raft. Who's your favorite Marvel character? Can't say Spider-Man. You probably can't even see it in the background, but Moon Knight. I wonder if there's a non-villain criminal that Spider-Man mess with when they reappear, kind of like Sandman at the beginning of Spectacular. That's not really a non-villain. He'd still be like a villain. Imagine if Goblin is the secret villain at the end. Right away, we don't get Spider-Man 3 anymore. No, that's not gonna happen. That would be stupid too. I'm sorry. Because like Green Goblin is a character that needs to be built up, and I think focusing on Green Goblin, Venom, and Kraven all at the same time is just gonna be way too much. Way too much. You have a favorite Spider-Man comic? Life story. I don't feel like pulling it out. I think it'll be like an Arkham City where Batman and Catwoman have different side missions and collectibles around the city. Yeah, I mean, they confirmed that there's going to be certain missions that you have to do with Miles, certain missions that you have to do with Peter, and certain missions that you can do with either of them. My wish is to see Otto again, something like the No Way Home bridge fight, but him redeeming himself and end things with Peter on good terms this time. Nah, it's not going to happen. That also goes directly against Otto's writing from Spider-Man PS4, because like even without the arms, he's still not a good person. Have you pre-ordered the game? Indeed I have. I hate Harry as Venom. You don't even know what he's gonna be like in the game. How can you say that? That makes no... I don't think Otto can turn back, because he never turned in the first game. He was always like that, just deep down. Yeah. See, Julian gets it. Yeah, they also said... Yeah, they did say there's gonna be different skill trees. I don't know why the hell I keep yawning, bro. I woke up like fucking 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago. Why do people think that concept art was real? I hated when that fake shit came out, because then people actually thought it was going to be the game, and it's not. I want to see my boy Howard again. That's facts. Howard was a GOAT. Was wondering why you weren't responding to TikTok messages. Anyways, I found your location and I'm coming so we can all binge all Raimi movies. You've been playing the new Final Fantasy? Yeah. I think the new Final Fantasy's been really good. I just haven't finished it yet. The 2012 Ultimate Spider-Man show really made a not so good Harry Venom. And the Venom fans like me, we want someone better than that, like Eddie, but they said it's not Eddie, sadly. I mean, just because one adaptation of that's like saying Venom is, that doesn't make sense. It's like saying Eddie Brock Venom is bad because of Spider-Man 3. Just because one other project has done something and it wasn't done well, that doesn't mean Insomniac can't do that thing well. So it's not really, it doesn't really make sense. Do you think Starfield will be better than Spider-Man 2? No, not even close. Is the new Final Fantasy worth buying? I think it's only worth buying if you like story-driven games. The combat's really good, but there's not a lot of it, and the boss fights have also been really good. But there's a lot of story. Like, there's a lot of cutscenes, there's a lot of story, so if you're not a fan of that, then I wouldn't say you should get it. But if you do like story-driven games, or if that's not a problem for you, then you might like the game. Just joined. I'm a little confused by the title. Are you saying we suggest videos for you to watch, or just topics? Oh shit, is that title confusing? No, you guys can suggest. No, I've been waiting. So you can suggest videos if you want. Like, just suggest videos you want me to watch. And if they look interesting, I'll watch them. Do you feel they'd put in a suit switching mechanic By that I mean something like Web of Shadows. Maybe. It depends how they design their combat system. In your personal opinion, who's Peter's most tragic villain? Vermin. Vermin is the most tragic. Spider-Man is the best character. It's that Yuri has voiced. Oh, it's good, Zen. You ever seen the fan project on YouTube called Peter's Web? I have not. Jameson's gonna be Venom. I wouldn't be surprised. No, I'm just kidding. They're not gonna do that, but that would be funny. Thoughts on the Kraven the Hunter trailer? Shit looks like ass. Josh Keaton or Yuri? Yuri. Corey Kenshin, try not to laugh. TikTok number 7. Is that the video you want me to watch? How do you think Insomniac Games should, in the Spider-Man franchise, should they end it the same way how they did the Arkham games by killing off Batman? I mean, Batman didn't die in the Arkham games. But I don't know how Insomniac should end it. I feel like Spider-Man's gonna wind up dying. Or they may just conclude his final character arc and then just never make another game. One of those two things. Do you think there'll be DLC in Spider-Man 2 later? Yes. ...2018 Into the Spider-Verse and Spider-Man PS4 2023 Across Spider-Verse and Spider-Man 2. Yeah, 2018 and 2023, the year for Spider-Man fans. The years for Spider-Man fans. Have you seen the video Spider-Man, but he missed the part where that's his problem? Nah, I'll look it up.
Where do you want me? Over here?
Yeah, that's great.
Don't make me look ugly.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Hey, Michelangelo, don't forget we're painting the kitchen right after school. Got it?
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Teenagers. Raging hormones, they never change. With great power.
The sum of $3,000 will be paid to the Amazing Spider-Man!
In spite of everything you've done for them, eventually they will hate you. Why bother?
Because I missed the part where that's my problem.
Sir.
See you, chump.
Get religion.
Hold it! Hold it right there! You're under arrest. I'm taking you in.
Oh my god, there's somebody still up there!
I missed the part where that's my problem.
How did you say that happened?
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Excuse me.
Alright, that one was pretty ass.
Stop! Stop! It's me! I missed the part where that's my problem.
The truth is,
I missed the part part where that's my problem.
Should have did that to MJ in the first place. She didn't deserve him.
That's my problem. This is my gift, my curse, my problem. Who am I? I missed the part where that's my problem.
That's so stupid. Oh. A cool video you can watch is canceled Spider-Man 4 game. Curly snaps most. Alright, hold up. There's like, he's got 2 videos. Which one is it? Raimi Gwen didn't really do much though. I mean, obviously she was there for like what, 10 minutes. Peter should have ended up with Gwen in Spider-Man 3. He should have been with Gwen to begin with, but like if he was to end up with Gwen in Spider-Man 3, it would make no sense. Even though MJ is a shit character in that movie, in those movies. Yeah, Black Cat is better. The top one? Okay.
So with the movies Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3, there has been a tie-in game for every single one of them. There was also a Spider-Man 4 movie that was in the works back in 2008 to be directed by Sam Raimi. Unfortunately though, the movie was canceled due to complications between Sony wanting more of a reboot and Sam Raimi not finishing his script in time, so they decided to end it. But did you know that there was a Spider-Man 4 tie-in game that was currently in development during the production of Spider-Man 4? Radical Entertainment was the studio who was hired to create this game, and they are most likely known for creating titles like Hulk Ultimate Destruction, Simpson Hit and Run, and the Prototype series. This Spider-Man 4 game also had a Wii version by Eurocom Entertainment being made for it as well, though it does look like it would have been a totally different game due to limitations the Wii consoles could handle. Anyways, today I was able to get my hands on a test demo version of Radical Entertainment Spider-Man 4
No, the
game,
fuck you
and
didn't.
we will see what we missed out on and what we could have had in
There's
this
no shot this
forever
was
lost
made
Spider-Man game.
in the time that it
Before we
was
get
made.
into it though, we have the question of the day. What supervillain began as a scientist working for the Kingpin who
That
wanted
looks
him
like
to
Web of
reproduce
Shadows
the
with a
powers of the
re-
superhero
with a
cloak?
re-
Was it Calypso, Man Mountain
what's the
Marco,
reshade?
the Molten Man, or was it the Spot? Comment down below. And here we are with Spider-Man 4.
There's
Now,
no
before
shot
I
this
hit
was
that
actually
start
that
button,
game.
I want to mention that I'm not entirely sure that this is a real demo of Spider-Man 4 and not
This
a
is not.
fan-made
There's no
Spider-Man
shot.
4 on the prototype engine. I have no clue, but I just wanted to try this out for myself, to be honest. Now you can see a bit of black bars on the buildings. Yeah, those are just like graphic errors. I guess it's some like weird coding that's not finished. I have no clue, honestly. Like this game is literally bare minimum, trying to see what it looked like, but let's go ahead and swing. All right. It's a little. I will
If this
say
was
it is
fan
a little
made,
hard
that's
to
pretty
see
good
how good the
for,
game is, because you know I'm
for a
at
single
30 frames.
person.
You know, there's a lot of graphic errors on the screen. But you could do a little wall run. Ooh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, okay, whoa, Spider-Man. Hold on. Let's try to get to the crawling again. We go to crawling. All right. That's the super jump. Yeah. Oh. There we go. But yeah, let's take a look at this suit. What would y'all rate this 1 out of 10? I'm gonna say I'm gonna give this suit like a 7. That's what I'm gonna give it. For some reason, it looked a little different. We're on that perch, but looks better this way. Comment down below what y'all would give it.
shit like
Here,
that.
I think we can do web zips, right?
Probably say
That's the
same
web
score,
zip
honestly, like a 7.
animation. And when you swing, you kind of like contort your body a little bit.
This feels like.
Alright, so here it is on the ground.
I swear they use systems from Web of Shadows. It feels like Web of Shadows unfinished.
Looks like they can react to me. You know, they got voice lines and whatnot. But I do know that this game has a lot of Prototype 1 assets. So when you run, yeah, that's a Prototype 1 run. And I think the jump too. Yeah, definitely a prototype jump. Oh my gosh. From looking at this so far, just from this demo, I could already tell that this was going to be better than the Spider-Man 3 game. And I probably would have liked this. Not gonna lie, I probably would. But first, let me go ahead and see what they got with these missions. So we got like tutorial encounters, horror mechanics demo. I don't even know. So I'm just gonna go with the first one. All right, target heli.
Yeah, this game looks like ass, but looks pretty good for a single person if someone made that. Fun fact. That a lot of people know, they were in the process of making this game alongside the development of the movie, but when it got canceled, the game engine was used for the Prototype games. I forget when Prototype came out. I think it was 2009. Yeah, that makes sense. I remember Prototype 2 being better than the first game. I wonder what reviews it has. It's got the same score. I don't know. From what I remember, it was better than the first game, but I haven't played these games in so fucking long. Did you know people were complaining because Spider-Man 2 is still New York? Man, it's a rough. People will complain about anything, honestly. Yeah, Prototype would have worked well as a Venom game. That's what I've said. I've said that multiple times on TikTok. Fucking Prototype Prototype is basically a Venom game. I wish Raimi Venom got his own Lethal Protector movie. Huh? That makes no sense. Spider-Man, but he has a gun.
Breaking your teeth, that's the accident. I don't want to fight you, Flash. I don't want to fight you either. Parker, you are a freak.
These are the years when a man changes into the man he's going to become the rest of his life. Just be careful who you change into.
Are you afraid that I'm going to turn into some kind of criminal? Don't worry about me, okay? Something's different. I'll figure it out.
Are you afraid I'm gonna turn into some type of criminal?
Stop lecturing me, please.
Right.
Now get out of here.
Thanks.
Hey, what the hell?
Put the money in the bag.
Go! What about my generous proposal? Are you in or are you out?
It's you who's out, Gobby.
Out of my territory.
Wrong answer.
Oh, great.
No one says no to me.
Why, Peter?
Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, I stepped off a curb and got clipped by one of those bike messengers.
I got clipped.
I'll get the first aid kit.
Actually makes sense.
Bike messenger. knock me down.
If you'll excuse me, I've got to be going.
This is why only fools are heroes. Because you never know when some lunatic will come along with the sadistic choice.
This is proof that Tobey Maguire Spider-Man can survive a gunshot to the head.
Don't you, Harry? I think you're beautiful.
Oh shit. Are you excited for Kraven and Rhino? I don't think Rhino's gonna be in. Or unless you're talking about the Kraven movie. No, I don't care about that movie, honestly. Your review on that one guy was amazing. Please make part 2. I don't know if I'll make part 2, man. That shit was... I feel like I've made the point pretty clear in my part 1 video that this video is just stupid.
Story worth telling is all about money. Great honor to meet you, sir.
Heard so much about you.
I read all your research on money. Really brilliant.
And you understood it?
No, not exactly.
Hi, guys. Hey, Michelangelo, don't forget we're painting the kitchen right after school. Got it?
You better pay me $50.
Teenagers.
The sum of $3,000 will be paid to...
What's your name, kid?
The human dollar.
Alright, this shit's stupid. Did Rhino die in Miles, or did he survive? He probably survived. All Finn did was stab him. Who would win, Spider-Man or Assassin? I mean, Punisher Spider-Man or Assassin Spider-Man? Do those actually exist? Because I've never heard of them. Do you think 616 Spider-Man physical strength is underrated? I'm a power scale and I found that Spider-Man has better, stronger feats than Ben, but for some people, discount for some reason. I don't think he's underrated. I feel like most people know how strong Spider-Man really is. But I don't know anything about the Thing. If you're talking about Ben Grimm, that is. I don't know anything about him really. The Punishing Spider-Man is classic Peter, but he kills people and has a gun. So what is he, like, noir? Watch Spider-Man is Not Responsible.
If somebody told you I was just your average, ordinary guy, somebody lied.
Privileged to be here. We are Charles, can we drive around the corner, please?
Why? Don't ever be ashamed of who you are.
I'm not ashamed of who I am.
What the fuck?
Is that good?
Great.
We'll do it live! Fuck it! Ah, perfect.
Parker, let's do it.
Give me a second.
And the Lord said, let there be light. And voila, there is light. My ass.
I got a job somewhere.
Well, let's look in the paper and see. Computers. I'm too old for computers.
Everybody knows. You look awful.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, sweetie.
Hey, how you doing, buddy? How was the field trip?
I don't feel well. I'm gonna. Dr. Osborn, please.
How do you not know Punisher Spider-Man? I mean, I haven't read every Spider-Man comic known to man. Do you even like Tobey Maguire? I like his writing for Spider-Man 1 and 2, but not the way he plays Peter. Isn't there like a whole thing in the comics that says the Thing is stronger than Peter? Yeah, there's the thing that says, I mean, it's probably outdated now because it's from 1960. It says that the only people stronger than Spider-Man and Marvel physically is Hulk, Thor, and the Thing. How would you rank the MCU Spider-Man actors? Just based off acting performance, I'd probably say number 1 is Tom Holland's. Alright, 1A is Tom Holland, 1B is Andrew Garfield. Those two are pretty equal for me. And then Tobey Maguire is last. Could Topher Grace appear in Venom 3? Since we're in the multiverse era now. I wouldn't want to see that, to be honest. But, I mean, it's possible. I think it would be funny just to make a joke out of it, like have Venom eat him or something. Wait, Topher Grace is dead. What the hell? He died in Spider-Man 3. Unless you're talking about a different variant of the same actor. I'm just curious if you'll do some research on it. I won't. I don't care about the Fantastic Four, to be honest. I hope in Tom Holland's next trilogy we'll get to see his suit get battle damaged. That happens in like every single one of his movies. Except maybe Homecoming, but not even. No, Homecoming it does happen. Topher is my favorite live action villain so far. That's fucking crazy. I don't understand that.
The performance enhancers aren't ready.
Sometimes you gotta do things yourself.
40,000 years of evolution.
Fucking Red
even
Bull.
Tap the vastness of human potential.
Bro. What the fuck? Super chat is iffy.
Yeah.
Well, here's a tenny. I appreciate it, my boy. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Right.
Actually, yeah, Tom always gets battle damage. I think that the guy just wants comic battle damage where Spider-Man's mask is ripped and his chest and arms have rips too. Oh. I mean, like, his suit, his homemade suit in Homecoming had that. Stan Lee should have directed a Spider-Man film. I think he could have been a good writer for one. I don't know why Stan Lee was never a writer for one of the Spider-Man movies. Maybe he didn't want to be. Could also be because he was really old. Like, when did Stan... I'm pretty sure Stan Lee stopped writing for Spider-Man comics in, like... I want to say the 80s, but I'm probably wrong about that. I don't know for sure. Who is your favorite live-action Uncle Ben? Well, I mean, I guess I'd have to say Toby's. What do you think about the Flash, the Madvocates Flash's inconsistent series? I've only watched like 20 to 30 minutes of his season 1 video. Makes good points. My favorite team in the NBA is the Warriors. Do you know that Hardy was originally a recast of Topher Grace and retcon Spider-Man 3 from the timeline? Really? I did not know that. Not the Warriors. Hey man, we went in the chip. We went in the chip this season. That's all I gotta say. How you gonna say bandwagon? I started watching the NBA in 2014. I actually started watching the NBA because I got a demo on my PlayStation for NBA Live 13, I think it was. And the teams were it was the Warriors, the Knicks, the Cavs, and the Thunder. And that's when I became a Curry fan, because I just liked Curry. And that's what made me start playing basketball. And that's what made me start watching it as well. So can't really the Warriors really weren't anything in 2014. Does Spider-Man have a Bat Family equivalent? Nah. The Spider-Verse isn't really like the Bat Family. Curry is not overrated. Jordan is better than Curry. I'm not disagreeing with that. In an open field fight, Spider-Man slams Wolverine. I would like to say that Spider-Man would beat Wolverine, but he can't kill him. You're from New Jersey, supposed to be a Knicks fan or Nets fan. You know the Sixers are. I literally can see the Sixers stadium from my house. I'm not a Sixers fan. I don't like the Sixers. The only time I've gone to a Sixers game is purely to watch Curry play. I was there. I went to a Sixers game last year, or the year they won. The year they won the. I went to the Sixers game. It was the game before. It was the game before that Curry broke the 3-point record. I went there expecting Curry to break the record, and I was so sad that he didn't. Would you rather have a Daredevil game or a Moon Knight game? I'd rather have Moon Knight. You're from Philly? No, I'm from New Jersey, but I can see the Sixers stadium from my house because I'm like 10 minutes away from Philly, and like the river that I live near. You can see the stadium from my crib. Wasn't Doc Ock's tentacles made of his metal, which counters healing factors? Where did you hear that? Durant is not better than Curry. Stop. Would you like to see a game where Arkham Batman and Insomniac Spider-Man work together? It wouldn't work because Batman's story is pretty much over in the Arkham series. But I mean, I would have liked to seen it when Arkham Batman was still in his prime. In a 1v1, KD is obviously beating Curry, but that doesn't mean you're a better player. Like, that makes no sense. If you think that beating someone in a 1v1 makes you a better player, you don't know anything about basketball. Just stop. Just stop while you're ahead. Overall, he is not a better player. Curry is more efficient. Curry is a better Curry is a better all-around shooter. Curry is a way better playmaker. They're arguably equal in terms of what they do for their teams on defense. I'm about to end the TikTok stream. If y'all on TikTok want to keep watching the stream, I'm on YouTube. So, but like my internet, I just got something about my internet. So. But what's it called? The way I look at who's a better what's it called? Like who's a better all-around basketball player? I look at their stats and I look at their skill on the court. And I don't mean like skill like what they can do with the basketball, like Kyrie Irving, like how good he can dribble or like how good his layup package is. No, I look at their all-around game, like their mid-range shooting ability, their interior scoring ability, three-point shooting ability, their handle, their playmaking ability, their defensive ability. What's your favorite point guard? Bruh, who do you think my favorite point guard is? And he's not just my favorite, he's the best point guard. He's better than Magic in literally every way. I'm taking Prime Curry. Prime Curry is better than Prime KD. Do you watch horror movies? If so, what's your favorite horror movie? I don't watch horror movies like that. Like I've watched a good bit of them. But my favorite horror movie is probably A Quiet Place. Who would win in a 1v1, Peter Parker or Curry? I'm gonna go with Peter. Oh my god, dude. Toxic Waste. Number 1, Magic would not do that. Number 2, Magic cannot guard Curry. And number 3, if you think beating someone in a 1v1 makes you a better basketball player, you're dense. You don't know basketball. Who wins in a fight, Spider-Man or some random kid on the street? I'm gonna have to go with the random kid. Magic was not a better defender. You could say he was a better passer, but he's not a better defender at all. Especially Curry since like I'd probably say 2018. Curry can guard jack shit. You just don't watch basketball. You just don't know what you're talking about. Sorry to tell you that, but you just don't know what you're talking about. He's also a very good off-ball defender. And he plays the passing lanes very well. He led the league in steals twice. If cheese is not golf, why shoot the fish? I'd say because the cow jumped over the bacon, causing the moon to inadvertently turn blue. So that'd probably be my answer. Yeah, I've played Assassin's Creed. I've played AC3. I've played Unity, Origins, and Black Flag. Bro, Magic Johnson has fucking fast break layups in his career highlight reel. You don't know basketball. What's your top 3? I'd probably say LeBron number 1, then Jordan. I don't know if I don't know if I want to put Kobe in my top 3. I don't know if I want to do that. Jordan does not wash. I do have Curry in my top 5, though. Yes, I have LeBron over Jordan. LeBron's a better all-around basketball player. Kobe is better than Magic. Stop talking, bro. Oh my god. Kareem is not top 3, bro. He's not. I'm not putting someone who wouldn't be a top player in the league in today's NBA in my top 10. I'm just not gonna do it. If not Kareem, then Shaq. You could say Shaq. I don't think Shaq's top 3, but definitely top 10. Insomniac's canon event was not pulling Black Cat. He did pull Black Cat. He hit that. You watch football? Nah, not really. You're such a casual. Kareem would absolutely dominate in today's NBA. Yeah, Kareem wasn't really that good of a playmaker. He was very good in the post. He would I'm not saying Kareem wouldn't be good in today's NBA. I said that he wouldn't be a top player in the league. Like, look at Giannis. Arguably the most dominant post player in the league right now. And you can stop him. And he's got a way more versatile bag than Kareem. He's a much better playmaker, a better defender. And Giannis just got beat 4-1 by the Miami Heat because the defense stopped them. If they grew up with if they grew up with the intangibles and genetics they had, they'd be just as dominant. Maybe. If they grew up with the same, all right, you could say that because the game has changed. That's true. But their play style back then would not work. Like, if Curry was to play during Magic and Kareem's era, people would literally think he's God. Same with LeBron, same with Kobe. Same with any top player in the league right now. Spider-Man versus Eminem. It's on Marvel's database. You can find the issues where he made carbonate. I didn't. No, you said, or what you originally said was metal counteracts healing factor. You didn't say specific metal. What the hell is this? All right. All right, do y'all have any more videos y'all want me to watch? The Amazing Lucas symbiote suit video. Nah. I don't feel like hearing people trash the suit. Cosmonauts video on Sam Raimi Spider-Man. What's it called? I would watch the Madvocate videos, but they're so fucking long. Do you have a Curry jersey? Nah. I had a shirt, but it didn't fit me anymore when I got it. Variety Hour. Is it this one?
Whenever I post a video at least partially related to Spider-Man, I always get vultures flying down yelling at me.
All right, hold on. How many views? How many dislikes does this have? It has 115,000 dislikes, 226,000 likes. All right, so maybe he says some good shit, maybe he says some bad shit.
About how Homecoming isn't that good. Spider-Man 2 is better. Tom Holland can suck my dick. So the other day I was like, okay, fine. I haven't seen the Sam Raimi movies
Homecoming is better
in a
than
pretty
Spider-Man
long
2.
time. Maybe I need to refresh my opinions a little bit. So I went ahead, I rewatched the movies, and holy shit, these do not hold up. Now, I like to think I have a pretty good track record when it comes to my opinions, alright? I have a decent following of naive 11-year-olds, eccentric European weeaboos, and depressed alcoholic college students that seem to like and listen to my opinions. But I'm aware that I'm kinda pushing it this time. I'm just saying, I think the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies aren't as good as you remember. Now, I still love these movies, all three of them, to be exact. Yeah, you heard that right. But it annoys me that people look at the first two as some sort of superhero holy grail, when they're not, like, really that good anymore. So let's look at all three of these movies and see why they really don't hold up and are kind of a little bit, just a little bit of a mess.
I think Spider-Man 2 is like a 5 out of 10. I mean, not Spider-Man 2. I think Spider-Man 3 is like a 5 out of 10, Spider-Man 2 is a 9 out of 10, and Spider-Man 1 is also a 9 out of 10.
And yeah, I know everybody says Spider-Man 3 is the worst one, but if you ask me, all three of these movies are basically the same, and I'll elaborate more on that later. But for now, let's start at the beginning. Let's start with Spider-Man 1. So the first thing we're greeted with is a corny narration by Peter Parker, played by good old American sweetheart Tobey Maguire. And this is the one thing that I hate the most about the Spider-Man trilogy. I hate Tobey Maguire. Ever since I was a kid, I never really saw him as my definitive Peter Parker.
Vouch.
He's kind of
That's
meek
facts.
and wimpy, and that's supposed to be Peter's personality at first, but he never really gets over it. Even when he's Spider-Man, I still want to kick his ass because he's a huge dork.
Toby is not, he's just not like Peter. Toby is just not the, he's not comic accurate in terms of Peter's personality. I want to sit back, but like at the same time, I don't know how good my face cam is gonna look, but it's whatever.
And sometimes Toby's performance is just really bad. There are some actors doing a really good job in these movies, so you really notice when somebody isn't doing that great of a job.
Who am I? You sure you want to know?
Blech. Also, at the mere 6-minute mark, we are shown the greatest character in the entire trilogy, Willem Dafoe as Norman Osborn. I'll get more into him later, though. For now, let's look at how Harry introduces his dad.
Peter, may I introduce my father, Norman Osborn?
Why would you introduce your dad by his full name? That's kind of weird, but whatever. Also, look at these high school students. Now, I know a lot of movies
That was a
have
stupid
people
criticism.
who aren't really playing their age, but this is kind of ridiculous. You see this guy?
No, that's facts. That is facts, though. Flash looks like he's like a 30-year-old dad who's like past his prime and still talks about like fucking his college days on the football field and shit.
Supposed to be their teacher.
This dude just looks homeless, like...
He's younger than they are. I gotta say, though, I love how every line this man says is whispered and sounds very aggressive and threatening.
The next person who talks will fail this course. I kid you not.
I kid you not. No, that shit was funny. The way he talks is funny.
Just electron microscope on the eastern seaboard.
You were talking throughout that woman's entire presentation.
So anyway, Peter gets bitten by some brown recluse and then he dies peacefully in his sleep. So in the next scene, we get the beginnings of Norman Osborn's supervillain
This shit is funny.
origin story.
Hold on.
So in the
This
next scene, we
fucking-
get the beginnings of Norman Osborn's supervillain origin story. And I gotta say, I do like the pacing in this movie for the most part. Things go along in a fairly well-balanced way. You see the beginning of Peter's origin, and then right after you see the beginning of the villain's origin. It just keeps going back and forth like this. However, his motivations aren't really that clear before he turns into a crazy monster person. He seems mad that they're taking the project back to formula.
Back to formula.
I'm a dumb internet movie boy, so I don't know what that means, but it seems like he needs to get his little science project done really quickly, or the army men won't be very happy with him. Next, we see
They
the
said they're
first
gonna
scene of
cut
language
funding if he doesn't get it quickly enough, so I don't know what the hell that criticism was.
to call corny Sam Raimi shit.
Genetically designed super spiders.
Why are there skulls? It looks like I added those in post.
Arachnid Youth has made a video on your review of SK. Yeah, I know. I watched it. I talked to him about it. Or I watched it with him.
But that's for real. This is fucking hilarious, and it only gets better from here. The next scene is even funnier. Norman goes ahead and decides he's gonna be the human test subject, and this fucking doormat just goes along with it. Oh, I guess I'll just clean up the broken glass.
He doesn't go along with it. He just, I mean, like, technically he does go along with it, but he's, like, questioning Norman on the thing. And Norman's just doing it. Like, he doesn't really, I don't know, it's stupid.
Asshole. Also, I think this little part is hilarious. Well, either way, the experiment goes horribly wrong, and he dies. What?
Back to formula.
This is a comedy movie. I don't care what anybody tells me. Now, you guys know the rest. I won't nitpick the rest of this first act because that would be way too easy. Like, I could mention how Peter's just gonna walk to school, but then the bus just appears and he's like, oh no, wait, I'm supposed to run after the bus. Like, what the fuck? You weren't even going to the bus stop. It's your own fault if you miss it now. And I'm most definitely not gonna mention this unfortunately aged joke.
That's a cute outfit. Did your husband get it?
That's literally his best quip as Spider-Man. That's the only time one of the only times Toby has actually felt like a good Spider-Man. Like, that is just a very Spider-Man-y quip.
Make it for him. Would that be so bad? Wow, Spider-Man. You're pretty homophobic. But one thing that does bug me is the pivotal scene where
It was a
Uncle
joke.
Ben gives his iconic speech. Because he's actually chastising Peter Parker for fighting Flash Thompson in a previous scene. Except Peter was fighting in self-defense. And Uncle Ben's like, oh, well, you shouldn't have done that. Just because you can beat him up doesn't mean you should. So what does Peter do with this advice? He spends the rest of his life beating people up. The context just don't make no sense. However, on an
Alright, that's
unrelated
fair.
note,
that's fair. But he does it to protect people, so it's like, I guess that dialogue could have been written better.
I think it's time to bring up something that I love about these movies, and that's the extras. I'm serious, look in the background of any shot and just find a random person. You'll get a whole new level.
You
of
can do
attention
that
in
for
movie.
every single movie, and it's funny. If you look at action, like any action movie, and you look at like any, like even like John Wick, which has some of the best fight choreography in movies, if you look in the background, like you'll just see some funny ass shit.
Movies. In this movie, you'll see background characters that don't give a shit, people who have no idea where they are. Even main characters have a chance of devolving into idle sims when they're not the focus of the scene. It is really bizarre.
That's
So
not.
for those of you
That
who
was
aren't
good. What do you? This in this scene he was. This was Harry like feeling like left out because his dad is like praising Peter over him when he's the one that just graduated as well. Like that's not bad acting. This was a
when they're not
good
the
moment.
focus of the scene. It is really bizarre. So for those of you who aren't aware by now, this movie has a certain flow to it. We see Peter do stuff, and then we see Norman do stuff, and then Peter and Norman meet up again, and the whole thing goes on like that until the movie's over. And this works mostly because, like I said, Norman Osborn is fucking hilarious. Maybe it's just me, but every scene with him makes me laugh. He could be doing something completely normal, and it's still hilarious to me. It's like Willem Dafoe is an
That's
alien
true.
pretending to be a human.
Peter, the Science Award.
Norman is funny in this movie.
I am now going to share some of my favorite moments from Norman Osborn in this movie. I like the reaction he has when Harry offers Peter to work for him. He looks so happy. Look at his face. I don't even need to describe this part. It kind of speaks for itself. I love how his whole plan to recruit Spider-Man is to drug him, kidnap him, tie him up, and have a dad talk with him on a rooftop about how New Yorkers are dicks and they're not worth saving.
Right.
I like how he dresses up as an old lady, complete with a stock sound effect, just so he can get the jump on Spider-Man. And then the scene ends with this great line.
No one says
You know what's weird about this scene? Spider-Man's spider sense should have still gone off even if Norman was pretending to be an old lady, because Norman was playing like he was plotting to hurt Spider-Man, so his spider sense should have gone off right there. I don't know why it doesn't. So I think that's a valid criticism.
The jump on Spider-Man. And then the scene ends with this great line.
no one says no to me.
Like Peter's spider sense is delayed sometimes, but it doesn't even go off right there.
Sometimes he just shows up for no reason, like this jump scare. However, a character in these movies that I do not like is Aunt May. Aunt May has the worst pep talks in this movie.
Spider sense in movies have been really inconsistent. Yeah, it's inconsistent throughout a lot of Spider-Man stuff. They explain it in the comics on like what his because his spider sense gets stronger depending on how imminent the danger is. So like I feel like that's a good explanation for it. Like sometimes the spider sense just isn't, because spider sense is a very fucking broken ability. So I think they just need to really make a lot of sense of it, and they have done it in the comics. I think the comic explanation that I just said is pretty good. It makes a lot of sense.
I can't help thinking about the last thing I said to him. He tried to tell me something important, and I threw it in his face.
You loved him.
Wow, she's so wise. Aunt May is supposed to be Peter's moral compass, and in these movies, she's kind of rude. But I'll get into that in the next movie, where she is just the biggest asshole.
Ow!
So anywho, the second
Oh,
half
is that
of this
her
movie
being an
makes me
ass?
realize that we are now
Oh
watching
my God.
a completely different movie. And I couldn't be happier, honestly. This movie is so wild, and I think that's why everybody loves these movies.
This shit was so funny. Aunt May's just sitting there praying, and then Green Goblin comes in and just blows that bitch up.
In the second half of the movie, we're also introduced to the actual best character, J. Jonah Jameson. Even when I read the comics, I hear his voice in my head. Not only is his performance good, but it's like his scenes have a completely different writing staff. His lines are legitimately funny in this.
Mr. Jameson, Spider-Man. Hoffman? Yeah?
Bro, Jameson is like the best character in these movies.
To the point where I'm pretty sure he's making some of this stuff up.
Spider-Man wasn't attacking the city. He was trying to save it. That's slander.
It is not. I resent that. Slander is spoken. In print, it's libel.
Also, do you guys remember that Elizabeth Banks is in these movies? Yeah, no. Nobody remembers that. So once the festival scene happens, we get a really good idea of how much this movie has completely lost it. Where before the special effects were mostly hidden or just briefly shown, this movie is now a CGI nightmare. And if you think I'm being mean to a movie that came out in 2002, let's see what a real critic has to say.
You know, my thumb is down on this movie, but it's sort of a split decision. When you see Spider-Man flying through the skies and leaping between buildings, he looks like an artificial cartoon character. He moves too fast. without the weight and presence of flesh and blood.
See, they even thought it looked like shit back then, so leave me alone. This part here always kind of bothered me too.
Here's the thing about CGI, or like old CGI. I think if you're going to compare a movie from older, like the same thing with games, right? Like, you can have the excuse that something came out later, but at the same time, if you're going to try and compare one movie to another and hold it to the same standard, then you have to hold it to the same standard. You can't just be like, oh, well, this movie came out in 2007. Of course a movie from newer is going to look better. That doesn't mean the newer movie doesn't look better. That's not like a valid refute to an argument. Like, if you're going to hold it to the same standard, you have to hold it to the same standard. You can't just critique one thing and not the other.
See, Goblin has these fucking bombs that turn people into skeletons. Yeah, for real. Anyway, he throws it at this balcony, and Harry and MJ are also on this balcony, like they're right next to each other. But the bomb only kills these people. Not only kills them, it fucking vaporizes them. But why didn't MJ get hit? She saw it happen. She literally watched this happen right in front of her.
Blast radius.
Fine. I mean, maybe you gotta be like really, really close to it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Now I'm gonna show you guys a brief clip, and it showcases exactly why I love this movie and why I think this movie is a huge joke. Everything that this movie symbolizes in my mind is in this clip.
Hello, my dear.
It's Spider-Man!
This clip has everything. Goofy-ass Willem Dafoe acting, screaming women, which Sam Raimi loves, by the way, but I'll get into that later, and hilarious extras.
It's Spider-Man!
I did not edit that clip to be any faster. That's just the pace of these
Can I ask your opinion on something I've been thinking about? Sure.
Movies. This festival scene...
Gotta say, Miles' origins... Wait, y'all taking Origins Batman or Miles Spider-Man PS5? What? Spider-Man, either one of the Spider-Man violates Arkham Batman. It doesn't matter what year he's in.
Scene is just really a masterpiece. I can cut out 5 seconds at any point of this whole scene, and you have unintentional comedy gold.
Hold it right there! I surrender!
Oh boy.
So the scene ends with a nice 1-2 punch. First, we get one of the funniest lines in the movie. And then Peter Parker kidnaps Mary Jane, and the crowd cheers him on for doing this. You don't think she needs to, like, go to the hospital?
That is
she was
funny.
trapped under fucking rubble. And people have also pointed this out before, but that's obviously a mannequin in a Spider-Man
It really is. That's so, that really is one of the funniest bits of fucking visual effects in that movie.
And her hair is blowing in the wrong way. Anyway, let's look at more goofy scenes out of context.
I'm right here.
This movie is so fucking funny. It's pretty clear that this movie is the goofiest thing to be put on film in the year 2002. I mean, the climax has the villain literally holding the love interest in one hand and a metal box of children in the other, and Spider-Man has to pick which one he's gonna save. If something this stereotypical happened in a superhero movie today, there would be public outcry about how silly it is. But to top it off, you get the funniest line in the whole movie. And I mean it. Out of everything I've shown you guys, this line is my favorite. I have memorized this speech. It is truly iconic to me as one of the greatest and cheesiest superhero movie monologues.
Wait, in Spider-Man, Miles Morales, he takes way longer to beat opponents normally than Peter. You think that's because of him holding back more, or him being weaker, or just gameplay? Just gameplay. And I don't think, it doesn't take longer in Miles Morales to beat opponents. Like, I feel like from what I've played, it's honestly faster to kill people in that game.
Are heroes. Because you never know when some lunatic will come along with a sadistic choice. Let die the woman you
I mean,
love.
like, without Venom, I don't know, it's still just gameplay. Just making enemies have more health.
Truly a masterpiece. As a regular superhero movie, I'm gonna give this a 6 out of 10. But as a comedy, 10s across the board, baby. Comedic gold.
Don't tell Harry.
So now we've...
Yeah, I don't think he really made any strong points against the movie, I guess. They're not nothing that's like major or anything.
Arrived at the Citizen Kane of Spider-Man movies, or so people say. Spider-Man 2.1. That's the one I have, I'm sorry. Now, while the point of this video is to bring up the crummy aspects of this movie and kind of laugh at it, I gotta admit that it's 100% undeniable that this is the best movie out of the trilogy. It's way funnier than the first one, it has some good emotional moments, and it's pretty exciting to watch. But it still has dumb shit. So, let's start off with another Peter Parker narration.
Who am I? I'm Spider-Man, given a job to do.
Bleh. Now, I would run through this movie scene by scene like I did for the last movie, but this movie's kind of hard to do that for, and I'd also be here for a really long time. I'm trying to go to bed. This movie follows a little bit of a formula, but not the same one as the last movie. In this movie, everything revolves around Peter Parker being shit on. And I know shitting on him is kind of half of the whole thing about being Spider-Man, but that's exactly my point. It should be half of the story. Rewatching this movie is really frustrating because everybody is an asshole. Mary Jane is an asshole, Aunt May is rude as fuck, Harry is the biggest piece of shit ever. This movie is just unrelentingly mean. The first thing Harry says to Peter in this movie is, hey, you're
Harry makes sense, Aunt May isn't, and MJ is a bitch, so yeah.
Friend Spider-Man killed my dad, and I fucking hate you. And then they start talking about other stuff. And then he's like, no, but seriously, I really hate Spider-Man, and I hate you, and this is why Uncle Ben died. Every chance Harry gets, he talks about how Spider-Man killed his dad. Even when Spider-Man saves his life in the beginning of the movie, he doesn't even skip a beat. He's just like...
This doesn't change anything.
God damn, dude, you are really petty.
Thank you for
It also
subscribing.
doesn't help that James Franco's acting is kind of shitty in this movie.
I'm ruined. I have nothing left.
Except Spider-Man.
And then we have Aunt May, who nags the shit out of Peter Parker in every scene that he's in. She abuses random people. Ow! And in the most egregious instance of mischaracterization, she makes Peter feel more guilty for Uncle Ben's death. At a crucial point in the movie, Peter is like, hey, Aunt May, it's been eating me up inside. I basically caused Uncle Ben's death. I didn't know how to tell you, and I'm so sorry. All I want is forgiveness. And she's basically like, wow, you're a piece of shit.
She's not like that. She's shocked in the moment that Peter just told her all this fucking crazy ass news. She's an old woman. She has to think about it for a minute, and then she goes to Peter later in the movie. She's like, you know what, Peter, it's okay.
Bye. And then she just leaves. She leaves him there. Even when Peter comes back and he tries to talk about it again, you know, to get some closure, she's basically like, well, you fucked up, but whatever. This is not Aunt May, and it makes me really mad.
What? Dude, did you not watch the scene where he's, like, comes to her later in the movie? Oh my god.
But even though Aunt May has the worst scene, and she's one of the worst characters in the movie, she still isn't the #1 worst character. No, that award goes to Mary Jane Watson, the most petty and manipulative person in the entire series. She spends the whole movie fucking with Peter's emotions. At the end of the first movie, he's like, hey, listen, I'm sorry, we can't be together. You know, I gotta do my own thing. It's sad, but hey, he's being straight with her. And in their first scene in this movie, she tries to make the moves on him, and he's like, hey, whoa, hold up. Yeah, no, I'm still trying to be friends here. I don't want to date you. And she's like, oh yeah? Well, fucking kiss me, you pussy. Look how cute I am. I baked you a fucking cake. And he's like, okay, oh boy, yeah.
No, bro, that scene is so fucking funny acting-wise.
Oh, yeah. And she's like, admit you love me. Admit you love me, Peter. And he's like, no, I don't want to. So she takes it easy. You know, she backs off a little bit. She doesn't freak out or anything, except she does this shit. And then a second later, she turns around and she's like, oh, well, you know what? I have a boyfriend anyway, so fuck you. And she seriously says it.
No, she really is fucking, I just hate MJ in these movies. She's got, like, almost no character development or anything, or actual, like, meaningful character development. It's like, she's just pretty much a prop for Spider-Man. Same with like Zendaya's MJ in Far From Home. Like they just treat her as like this prop character that's like Peter's kind of goal. They do the same thing in Spider-Man 1 too. It's like she's not really much of an actual character. She's just more of a goal for Peter, which is just, I don't know, she's a boring character.
Just to fuck with him. But then you learn that she's only fucking this
She's a
other guy
MacGuffin,
because
honestly.
she's mad at Peter
She essentially
Parker.
is a
She
MacGuffin.
agrees to marry him right after she yells at Peter Parker. It's just because she's mad at him.
Punch me, I bleed.
So then in the weirdest scene in the movie, she has this fucking experiment with her fiance where she makes him kiss her like Spider-Man kissed her.
And then she gets mad at Peter for doing that in Spider-Man 3, which is so fucking hypocritical. It's
What if
hilarious.
your girlfriend went up to you and was like, hey, can you kiss me like this one guy used to kiss me? This one guy that I just kissed in an alleyway one time? I just want to, see what it feels like. What the fuck? No! But that's not the only frustrating plot device. Dr. Octopus is also a big dumbass. Firstly, he has this extremely dangerous demonstration in his fucking apartment with no protective gear given to anybody in the room other than goggles for him.
Remember in Spider-Man 3 when Pete was trying to give her a pep talk? She's like, this isn't about you. Yeah, I know. It's like, he wasn't even trying to I don't think he was... That was one thing that never sat right about me about that conversation is like, I don't think he was trying to make it about himself. He was just trying to like tell her that he knows what it feels like and he's there for her. It's like, I don't really think Peter was being a dick in that scene in the movie.
Self. And then when he turns evil, his entire supervillain plot is, well, I gotta finish my science experiment.
Yeah, I hate that too. I don't like that either. I think Doc Ock is fine in Spider-Man 2. He's just very overrated. I don't really care for his motivations, and he does some pretty stupid shit, and he gets away with a lot of stupid shit.
As well, I get that you're supposed to be crazy now because of the AI of the metal arms, fucking with his mind. But why the fuck do they want to finish the fusion reactor? What do they care about sustainable energy for? I don't get it. He's one of the best characters in the Spider-Man universe with really complex goals and motivations. But here he's just
her being upset over kissing Gwen is reasonable. Yeah, it is. But like, she does the same thing in the next movie because she was mad that it was like, she was like, this was our kiss. You did the same thing in the last movie with the other dude. That was the problem.
Fucking goofball.
Butterfingers.
I will say, though, that one of the best scenes in the movie is definitely the fucking horror scene that plays at the end of the first act. This is so reminiscent of Evil Dead that it makes me kind of giddy. Like, look at this.
The scene
Tell me
goes
this
hard.
is not from Evil Dead. For real. And to top it off, this scene is full of the other staple of this trilogy, screaming women. I mentioned it briefly before, but Sam Raimi loves screaming women. Even when the movie isn't being campy and it's not being
Oh my god, that
serious,
shit. Oh my god, this is like my biggest, like,
even
the
when
fucking
movie isn't
nails scratching, dude. That shit is like, ah.
being campy and it's not being serious, it's just being really awkward. Tobey Maguire can't have a normal scene with somebody.
We sure showed him.
What do you mean, we?
Oh.
So anyway, Peter Parker beats up Dr. Octopus, he tells Mary Jane he's Spider-Man, and then she leaves her fiance on their wedding day and decides to be with Peter Parker. Which is fucked up, but whatever. Oh, she also says that she doesn't mind that he's Spider-Man and she'll do whatever it takes to be with him, and that she'll be there for him no matter what. Except in the next movie where she leaves him because he's Spider-Man. Anyway, this movie's dumb as hell, 7 out of 10, I love it.
Alright, Spider-Man 3 sucks. We don't need to go over that part. Thank you for subscribing. Alright. We got a new video. Peter Parker is a socially awkward nerd. That is correct. Raimi got that right. Peter Parker is socially awkward, but he's not a fucking dweeb. Like how the Raimi movies portrayed him to be. Go read Ultimate Spider-Man or even the original ASM run. The Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2, worse than you can imagine.
You're a fraud, Spider-Man!
So a couple weeks ago, I had a look back on the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies, and it was a lot of fun.
Toby slander and Spider-Man and Spider-Man 3 slander here is crazy. Brother, Spider-Man 3 is not a good movie, and Tobey Maguire is not how Peter Parker acts, so I don't know. It's not slander, it's just facts. He was a nerd. People picked on him. Okay? That's not how Peter acts. Peter in those movies does not act how he acts in the comics. Or in any other good adaptation like Spectacular Spider-Man or the 90s animated series or Spider-Man PS4. Like, that's how Peter Parker acts in those games. That's how he's supposed to act. As well as the MCU. And TASM.
A shining example
like,
of
that's how
snowflake
Peter
millennials
acts.
that don't understand jokes. Now, go wear the dress your husband bought you and stop making you too rigid.
I hadn't seen the movies in a while, and it helped me appreciate them a little bit better. I had lots of reasonable points that everybody unanimously agreed with, as usual.
I hope that you burn in the deepest hole on the hell and then Doom Guy appears in front of you. End.
But then I remembered that there's a Spider-Man movie that I haven't seen. And of course, I've heard terrible things about it. Every film critic on YouTube has already talked about this movie. But I kind of just got here, and I didn't get to talk about it, so...
He's a loser, but he's a cool loser? Nah, he's socially awkward, but he's a cool socially awkward guy. That would be better. He's not a loser.
My turn. I am of course talking about Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Spectacular Spider-Man, an overhyped disaster. No, I'm not watching that. It's from the fucking SK, dude. I've already watched like 20 minutes of it. It's terrible.
Came out before that. A movie that I have seen once when it came out.
Do you think
So
Spider-Verse
before we start,
2018 is the best Spider-Man movie? It's the second best Spider-Man movie. I like Across the Spider-Verse slightly more. No Way Home is not better than Into the Spider-Verse.
Thing to address about my last video because it comes into play when reviewing these movies. Lots of people seem to mistake me teasing the campiness of the Sam Raimi trilogy as a bad thing. I said many times that I like how campy these movies are. I wholeheartedly believe that the corny
MCU Peter versus PS5 Miles. MCU Peter wins.
This was intentional on Sam Raimi's part. My point was that the campiness is more of a product of the time, and this level of comic book silliness stands out by today's standards. But overall, I like the campiness.
How long are you planning on being live?
It makes the movies 100%
I
more
don't know.
enjoyable. But I'm not bringing this up to save face. You guys know I don't really care if people disagree with me or misinterpret my videos. I'm bringing this up because this is exactly why I hate the Amazing Spider-Man movies. At their worst, the Sam...
Do you like Miles? Yeah, Miles is in my top 10 fictional characters. I think he's the second best Spider-Man variant outside of Gwen.
Raimi movies are still fun to watch. The worst one in the trilogy is really funny. Like, you can't have a bad time watching this movie. But these movies are fucking miserable to watch. They have little to no humor, they have almost no signs of life whatsoever. You don't have any uplifting or inspiring moments like the Spider-Man movies that come before or after. You don't have likable characters and charming, over-the-top performances. This review took a really long time to make because I couldn't even sit down and finish Amazing Spider-Man 2 in one go. It took me 3 days to watch it completely. 3 days! So with all that said, let's get started. We're gonna start with the first movie, The Amazing Spider-Man. Now, if I'd never heard of Spider-Man, if I wasn't a huge fanboy cuck shill like I am, would I hate this movie? No, probably not. There are two ways to approach a review of this series, as a Spider-Man fan and as a film fan. For instance, YMS's review from a few years ago very much focuses on how this movie fails as a film, while Screen Crush's video looks at how the movie fails as a Spider-Man film. Now, as someone who really likes Spider-Man and someone who really likes movies in general, I'm gonna try to do both. As far as general story structure, pacing, and acting go, things could be way worse. It's not really remarkable, like there's really nothing interesting happening here, but there's nothing horrible either. Now, I'm of the opinion that you can change stuff about superheroes in their movies if it makes the movie better. I already talked about how changing the Mandarin into a different character wasn't a bad idea, and how it actually worked out pretty well. Currently in the movies, Thor is a fucking clown, and everybody likes it, including myself. This is not how he is in the comics. He's not a fucking goofball.
Thor in the MCU, after Ragnarok, no, not Love and Thunder. Thor in Ragnarok, Endgame, and Infinity War. I love him in the MCU. Anything outside of that, he's just okay.
But they decided to make him funnier because he just wasn't resonating with audiences. These changes aren't bad, they actually make the characters a little better. However, when you make Batman pull out a gun and shoot people, I don't think that's a very good change. I don't think they should have done that. And that's the main problem with this entire series. It doesn't understand Spider-Man. It doesn't understand the stuff that makes Spider-Man work. So let's run down all these little issues because the little stuff really adds up. So the second this movie starts, we are shown the first thing that's wrong with this series. It over-romanticizes the concept of Peter Parker's parents.
Yeah.
Say that 3 times fast. Peter Parker's parents. Actually, it wasn't that hard. It was actually
I think Peter's parents in these movies were a good concept, just not executed very well. I think the opening scene of the movie is fine. It's like showing Peter being left alone. Like that's fine.
Anyway, now the comics have done this a little bit too, but it's not something that's ever focused on because Peter Parker's parents don't fucking matter. It's kind of asking a lot for the audience to care about Aunt May, Uncle Ben,
I do want a
and
serious
his mom
Thor
and
though.
his dad
Go play God
all
of
in
War.
one movie. That's too much, and it's unnecessary. There's no reason to have his parents be so important in this movie. If you completely take these two characters out, it does not change the narrative one bit. Instead, it just becomes, oh, Norman Osborn created the spiders. He created the superpowers.
You can take them out, and it would not change really much, but like I think showing the bit of the relationship that Peter has with his parents and like him wanting to figure out stuff about them, I think it works in this movie. Doesn't work that well in TASM 2, but I think it works in this movie. He's struggling with trying to figure out more about his parents. I think they did that well in this movie.
Okay, that's exactly what it's like in the Ultimate Spider-Man series. That's exactly what it's like in the original Sam Raimi movies. I really do not understand why his parents are so focused on in these movies, because it doesn't go anywhere. It's
does.
not that hard to motivate Spider-Man. Show me Uncle Ben getting capped, have Aunt May say something nice, bing bang boom, it's a Spider-Man story. It's not that hard. Now the second movie talks about his parents way more, so we're gonna save it for that movie. For now, let's talk about the next shitty thing in this series, Andrew Garfield.
Oh
Andrew
my
Garfield
god, dude, no shot. No shot.
is an actual good actor.
Sorry, my Prada's at the cleaners, along with my hoodie and my fuck you flip-flops, you pretentious douchebag.
You can tell that all the things that are wrong with his character are really not his fault, and that he was told to do this shit. But I did rip into Tobey Maguire pretty egregiously, so we gotta be fair. Like I said, Tobey Maguire was doing a way better job than Garfield as Peter Parker. And that's because his version of Peter Parker was written way better than the... Like I said, Tobey Maguire was doing a way better job than Garfield. Like I said, Tobey Maguire was doing a way better job than Garfield as Peter Parker.
He has never read the comics. He's never read them.
That's because his version of Peter Parker was written way better than this one. He was a huge nerd and he was a fucking loser. Now yeah, Andrew Garfield has these scenes of technobabble where you can see that he's actually kind of intelligent.
Oh my god. That is not Peter Parker. That is not, it's not him. It's just not him. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Josh Hart, respectfully, shut the fuck up. You've never read a Spider-Man comic in your life.
And in some scenes, he's a fucking idiot.
It's called strategy. I'm sure you're aware of the term strategy. You've probably heard about that in school.
But he has way too much confidence. He doesn't have that wallflower quality that Peter Parker needs. He's not a nerdy outcast. He's a fucking skater punk. He's less geek and he's a little more freak, if you get what I'm saying. You get it? I referenced the show that the Green Goblin's in. Anyway, and this is a core aspect of Peter Parker that I think you should not change under any circumstances. I made fun of Tobey Maguire's punchable face, but I think the punchable face is way better than the sexy face. Can we please tone down the sensual male model expressions? My daughter's gonna be home from school. I don't want her seeing this shit.
Just,
So in the first Flash Gordon bully scene, it's not even Peter Parker being picked on. It's some random fucking kid. This is like the first red flag of the movie. If Peter's not even the guy being picked on, then something's not right here. Honestly, I think the thing is, Andrew Garfield is way too tall and way too good looking to be held upside down by...
Matter of fact, just to... Hold on. Let me just go to Ultimate Spider-Man, like, issue 1. Matter of fact, not even. Let's not even do that. Let's go to the story time, kids. Let's do this real quick. Oh fuck. All right, kids, get in a circle. Let's get in a circle. We're gonna read the picture books today. Okay. Let's go to where is Mr. Peter Parker? Where is ASM 1? The Chameleon, the first ever villain. There we go. All right, I gotta find the panel where he talks shit to Flash. Actually, I don't think he was called Flash in this. Hold on. I gotta find, I don't know what the panel was where he, Flash is talking shit to him. Or like calling him a nerd. And Peter claps back. Oh, yeah, here it is. Fuck, that is not gonna be a good quality. Alright, I guess we just have to pull it up on the fucking... this is ASM 2. The Amazing Spider-Man. Alright, where's the original run? I think it's this. There we go. Alright, what the hell is this? Hold on. Alright, I don't think this is the right thing. What the fuck is this shit? Alright, you know, I'll just read it. Okay. Here, bookworm, take a look at what's going on in the outside world, or you can't read anything but scientific formulas. Very funny, Moose. At least my brain isn't muscle-bound like that fat head of yours. Now, can you show me one scene from Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker in the first or second movie where he says some shit like this? Let me know. The second ever Spider-Man comic. He took that bullying like a bitch.
His fucking underwear.
Oh shit. Did I unplug my computer? Alright, back to the video.
So it just wouldn't have worked out. So Peter goes to Oscorp to meet Dr. Connors because...
Look at Little Goblin Jr. gonna cry, still goes hard. Yeah, I mean, he had the symbiote.
Because of some weird shit.
That's where he was arguably the most accurate Peter, though. When he had the symbiote. He wasn't really accurate because he was kind of a dickhead in that movie, but I guess you could say arguably that was...
What does matter is
where
that
he was
Peter
the most
sneaks into
like
this
Peter.
Demonstration by stealing somebody else's intern badge. Then we have to watch that kid who earned his right to be there while he's dragged out screaming. That's fucked up. So then Peter follows this random dude and sneaks into this facility for almost no reason. He came here to see Dr. Connors, but he kind of just goes off and gets himself into danger.
Oh my god, you fucking idiot. The reason he followed this guy is because he saw this, where's the fucking... Let me pull up the movie. It has the Amazing Spider-Man. The reason he follows this guy is because... he found this file with this little, Why the fuck does it keep doing this? With these little symbols on it, and then when he bumps into this dude, he sees the same symbols. So he follows him. That is literally so fucking... Oh my god, how do you miss that? Like,
I thought the goal was to talk to Dr. Connors because you thought he had a connection to your dad.
Yeah, and then he found the connection to his dad and he followed it. And then he talked to Dr. Connors about his...
in this part of the facility. How come he can just walk into the spider lair without anybody noticing? Anyway, despite all that, the movie is now going to remind us that it was edited by 3 people. Who the fuck cut that sequence together? That was horrible. Which one of you was it? Somebody has to explain themselves. Now, this scene is almost enjoyable, but the editing is so fucking bad that I can't even have fun watching it. The idea here is that Peter just got bitten by the spider and his powers are kicking in on the subway ride home, so he's basically accidentally fighting people.
This shit is funny. I don't know what that was.
I almost like this scene, but editing is very important.
I guess you could say
every time an attack
editing.
lands, the screen goes black. It looks like a mistake. That doesn't look like it's there on purpose. So Peter
that's
Parker is like in his house now, and he doesn't know how to control his strength. And this is actually a really
I
cute
still like that scene.
I'm actually fine with this scene. This is the one first good scene in the movie. Another scene I like is where Peter uses his new powers to beat Flash Thompson at basketball. Not because I actually like the scene, but because it's fucking hilarious. Basketball scenes in superhero movies are always comedy gold. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Now, a lot of other critics have talked about how the scenes between Gwen and Peter are actually the one good thing in this series, and I disagree. Here, they're annoying because they're too cute. You know what I mean? Which leads to these scenes being really, really fucking long and consisting of what I can only assume is just Andrew Garfield and Emma Stone ad-libbing and just making shit up. And it just goes on for so long.
Character. It's my uncle. he's a pathological liar, and he thought you were someone else.
Man, you don't have me on your computer.
Yeah, I mean, like, I took a photo of the debate team, and you're in the debate team, so.
Right.
So, he must have seen, I was touching up stuff.
You're touching up stuff?
The scene is good. What the hell is his problem with it? He's mad that his scene goes on for... Okay. I think it's fine. Like, he's stuttering over his words. Like, that's fine.
I'm not gonna answer that.
Can we fucking move on, please? Then we finally...
Why would... Oh my god, that's such a stupid criticism.
Get to the scene where Uncle Ben needs to get killed, because we just gotta get it out of the way. Peter's just kind of flip-flopping between being a nice guy and being an asshole. It doesn't really seem like he even likes his uncle and his aunt. Then they have a fight and Peter runs away. So when Peter runs away, he goes to the store to buy milk. And then a very confusing scenario happens. So Peter goes to the store, he wants to buy his milk, but he doesn't have 2 cents. So he tries to steal 2 pennies out of the little take a penny, leave a penny thing. The guy says no, because obviously that's not how it works.
This scene was funny.
You can leave a penny, you can't take a penny.
What?
You can leave a penny anytime, you have to spend $10 to take a penny.
What?
You can't afford your milk, just step aside.
What?
But Daddy didn't give you enough milk money today?
What?
It creates this strange scenario because on one hand, Peter's being a huge dick, but the other guy's also being a huge dick. So Peter's like, okay, I can't buy my milk, so he goes to leave. Then the next customer knocks this thing over so that he can steal money from the register, and then he gives Peter the milk. Okay, it makes sense so far. So then Peter's about to leave, and the shopkeeper runs out, and he's like, hey, stop that guy. Hey, random dude who I just talked shit to. Can you please assist me in apprehending a criminal? Why would anybody do that? Even if you didn't call him a fucking idiot 10 seconds before, no customer would help you chase after an armed thief.
That's like... You could say the same thing about the Raimi movie. Okay. I don't see the problem here, but okay.
So anyway, this is where the weirdest shit happens. The thief runs a block down the street, and then he trips, and his gun falls out of his pocket or whatever. But Uncle Ben's right in front of him, so he screams... And
yeah, I know. No,
go for
this was a valid criticism because it was fucking stupid for Uncle Ben to do this shit.
Why did you do this?
Yeah, no, this was completely stupid.
Nobody was in any danger. Were you trying to die?
See, no, like the dude literally dropped his gun on the ground, and he wasn't trying to hurt anybody. and Uncle Ben just does that shit. Like that's a completely valid That's the first thing he said so far that has been valid.
Dies like a fucking idiot. After that, we have a scene where Flash.
They should that scene could have been done so much better. Like it would have been better if Uncle Ben tried to stop the guy just out of the kindness of his heart, but instead they made it out to seem like. But instead, the way they did it, where the dude drops his gun. And then he just stands there for a second and looks at him. He's like, it's like, no, that shit was so dumb.
Peter Parker because his uncle died. And I actually like this part. 2 good scenes so far. But then, this movie commits what I consider to be the biggest sin in this small series of films. Peter's entire motivation for becoming Spider-Man, for putting on the...
It's funny, because the Flash in these movies, I said the Flash. Flash Thompson in these movies is the most accurate he's been in any of the Spider-Man movies.
All series of films. Peter's entire motivation for becoming Spider-Man.
It feels like Spectacular Flash. Like he's still a bully to Peter, but like in Spectacular when his aunt is in the hospital, like Flash is the one that like makes Peter realize like he's being a dick. And then Flash in this movie, like, walking up to Peter and telling him he's sorry about his uncle, like, that's so accurate.
On the mask and swinging around is not, with great power comes great responsibility. I need to protect people. He does this out of revenge. He scours the streets looking for Uncle Ben's killer. He assaults random people. He makes a costume so the people he beats up won't recognize him and call the police. This is for real. I can't make this up. Spider-Man makes his costume in this movie so people won't recognize him for his crimes. This movie treats this as a heroic moment. He's finally Spider-Man. He's doing his thing. But he's not doing it for the right reasons. And as an audience member, you can tell. It doesn't feel right. Something's tonally off here.
Yeah,
one of the things that bothers
that's the
me
point.
the most is that he's not even stopping some of these criminals. He lets some of them go because they're not the guy he wants to kill. He's not doing the crime-fighting thing because of selflessness. I cannot express how much I hate this. It really fucks with me. Oh, also, I should mention that the Spider-Man suit in this movie looks like fucking shit. It's awful. He also doesn't do the fucking Spider-Man web-shooting hand thing half the time. This thing, he doesn't do that half the time. That's the only thing I expect. This is a Spider-Man movie. This is what his hand looks like. This is what it looks like. It's the first thing you have to get right. It's the first fucking thing! So Andrew Garfield has the Spider-Man suit. He has his web
Bro, this is like one of the best scenes from any Spider-Man movie. This shit is great.
He's confident in his abilities. This is the first scene.
But like his criticism of Andrew going after the first guy for revenge is literally like that's, you could say the same thing about Toby going after Uncle Ben's killer. Like you could say the same exact thing.
And he comes across as a fucking villain. He's not funny. He's a jackass. And then he even says he would have beat the shit out of this guy if it was the person he was looking for.
Oof, this could have gotten a lot worse. Now hold still.
I don't like how they pulled this off. He doesn't learn about responsibility till the end. What is bad about that? I'm like... That's the point. Or he starts... He doesn't learn about it in the end. He starts to make that growth throughout the story. Like with that... Like the bridge scene.
This is not Spider-Man. Somebody needs to stop this menace. I'm gonna take a little break here, guys, to tell you
I
a
do like how
story.
they... Oh, I thought you said I don't like. Sorry, I misread your comment.
In Amazing Spider-Man 698,
How do we send you
start
stuff?
off the
Just
story by
tell
seeing
me in the
Peter
chat.
Being a little bit off. He's acting kind of similar to how Andrew Garfield acts in this movie. He's kind of mean, but not in an evil way. He's just kind of a dick. And then it gets progressively worse. And as a reader, you're like, okay, wait a minute. It was a little noticeable at first, but at this point, Peter Parker's hitting on women who aren't Mary Jane while he's on a date with Mary Jane. He seems to not...
It's arguably worse since didn't Toby's Peter actually kill the guy? I mean, he didn't kill him technically. The dude slipped. Like, it's not like Toby pushed him out the window. The dude was kind of just backing up from him and he fell out of the window. So I wouldn't say Toby killed him.
Not really care about the lives of others. Something isn't right here.
Alright, I missed what the hell he said here.
A lot worse. Now hold still.
This is not Spider-Man. Somebody...
What?
needs to stop this menace. I'm gonna take a little break here, guys, to tell you a story. In Amazing Spider-Man 698, we start off the story by seeing Peter being a little bit off. He's acting kind of similar to how Andrew Garfield acts in this movie. He's kind of mean, but not in an evil way. He's just kind of a dick. And then it gets progressively worse. And as a reader, you're like, okay, wait a minute. It was a little noticeable at first, but at this point, Peter Parker's hitting on women who aren't Mary Jane while he's on a date with Mary Jane. He seems to not really care about the lives of others. Something isn't right here. What is going on? Why is Peter such an asshole in this comic book?
I'm so confused on what his point is.
Find out that wasn't Peter Parker. That was some other dude. I'm not gonna spoil who it is because that's one of the best Spider-Man stories, but it's so well written because you as a reader know that something isn't right because you're so familiar with Spider-Man. The whole story relies on your expectations of how Peter Parker is supposed to act. People know what kind of person he's supposed to be, even if you don't know Spider-Man that well.
I'm
gonna be sold.
I'm
Is
confused.
that this is the problem these movies have. If you don't get Peter Parker right, people aren't gonna be sold.
He didn't even make a fucking point here. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
You're not gonna get people to like these movies. It may seem like a small thing, but like I said, the little shit adds up.
How the hell is Peter being a dick? He's fucking with the criminal. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He literally just said a whole lot of nothing, like that ass.
Dr. Connor's looking at the reflection of his arm. This is a really good shot. I think this is really cool. Anyway, now we have another scene of romantic ad-libbing.
Yeah, they're beautiful, right?
They're beautiful.
They were nice.
No, they're beautiful.
I'm sorry.
No, it's impressive. They actually held together very well.
I also love how Captain Stacy describes Spider-Man in this movie.
He's an amateur who's assaulting civilians in the dead of night. He's clumsy, he leaves clues, but he's still dangerous.
Yeah, you said it, brother. Fuck Spider-Man. That guy's a menace. And since that scene's over, we have to go back to Emma Stone and Andrew Garfield making strange, inhuman noises at each other.
Okay.
Oh,
No.
Alright, this is funny, but he's like...
why? What?
So after that, the lizard attacks people on a bridge and Peter saves them and he finally learns how to be a fucking hero. The movie is halfway over and Peter Parker finally learned how to be a good person. But then after that...
Oh, you're so fucking dumb. That was such a stupid fucking...
Lizard finds out who Spider...
It's literally he's mad because of character development. He's mad that Peter was being reckless and irresponsible, and he develops. What the fuck is he talking about? He tries to compare Andrew to Superior Spider-Man and makes a nothing point. Oh, this is so stupid.
Spider-Man is because Peter Parker...
I swear he like, his research for this video consists of Quora. Like, he looks at Quora threads.
Put his name on the camera that he brought to the lizard's secret lair. Are you fucking serious? Come on, man.
Night.
Easy, bug boy.
Wait, what did you just say?
Easy, bug boy.
I can't be the only one who heard that. Also, I should mention that in these movies, the second one included, the effects are pretty good. The lizard looks like a fucking Goomba from the Mario Brothers.
That's fun.
Are pretty good. The lizard looks like a fucking Goomba.
Oh shit.
From the Mario Brothers movie, but other than that, things don't look too bad. However, what is bad is the lizard's plan to turn everyone in New York.
That's completely valid. Alright, criticizing the lizard in this movie is completely valid because he's not good in this movie. I would say the worst parts of this movie is probably the pacing and the lizard. Like, Lizard is so underdeveloped and his motivations are so dumb.
Into lizards. I almost can't say that sentence out loud without laughing.
You mean people are pissed off because he tried to turn everyone in New York City into giant lizards?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. So yeah, Peter Parker beats up the lizard, Captain Stacy dies, and then his dying wish to Peter Parker is for him not to date Gwen Stacy. Damn, dude, that's cold-blooded. You're gonna do him like that? Alright. But what I love in this is that Peter's actually gonna go through with this. He actually breaks up with Gwen. But then of all people, Aunt May is the one to tell him, hey man, you should go fuck that girl. And he's like, okay, sure, I guess you're right. And yeah, that's how the movie ends. With Peter Parker not learning his fucking lesson.
What? Wait, we gotta rewind this.
I almost can't say that sentence out loud without laughing.
You mean people are pissed off?
Peter Parker is for him not to date Gwen Stacy. Damn, dude, that's cold-blooded. You're gonna do him like that? Alright. But what I love in this is that Peter's actually gonna go through with this. He actually breaks up with Gwen.
That's... What even is this criticism? He's mad that Peter got back with Gwen. Oh my god. What the fuck? He acts like that was like his entire character arc conclusion, like him not being with Gwen or not being able to be with someone he cares about because he's Spider-Man. Oh my god, what the hell is he talking about?
But then of all people, Aunt May is the one to tell him, hey man, you should go fuck that girl. And he's like, okay, sure, I guess you're right. And yeah, that's how the movie ends. With Peter Parker not learning his fucking lesson.
There's nothing wrong with, like, he literally struggles in the next movie with dating Gwen because of what her dad said to him, which is a completely valid thing for her dad to not want. Like, he doesn't want her to date him, but it doesn't mean that it's bad for him to get with or to go with Gwen Like, just because he's Spider-Man, that doesn't mean he can't have anyone he loves. Like, that's...
Peter Parker.
Picked a peck of pickled peppers. 5 out of 10.
Alright, I think The Amazing Spider-Man 1 is like a 7.5 out of 10. But a lot of his criticisms sucked.
So like I said in the last video, I haven't seen this movie before. So is it just as bad as I thought?
That's a question. That's a question.
No, it's actually worse. So in the first scene, we see more shit about Peter Parker's parents.
Alright, yeah, see, TASM 2's not... I don't think we need to go over the TASM 2 part. I feel like it's pretty obvious that movie's not good. It could honestly even be argued that Gwen's dad is being selfish, that he's not considering what Gwen would want, even if he's only concerned for her safety. Yeah. I don't think that can be argued. I feel like that's... I don't think you need to make an argument about that. I think it's valid for a father to not want Peter to date Gwen, but it's also, like, not valid as well at the same time. For, like, he's both right and wrong. Like, he's right about not wanting Peter to date Gwen, but he's also wrong about the fact that, like, he should be the one making decisions for his daughter and not letting her have what she wants, and same with Peter. Alright, new video. Would you say that TASM 2 game and movie sucked? I enjoyed TASM 2 as a movie. It's not good. It's like, I give it a 6 out of 10 purely because I enjoy it, but it's not good. But the TASM 2 game, that shit's beyond, like, that shit is terrible. I think Venom's gonna be Norman. I think Harry's gonna die, and I think Norman's gonna wind up becoming Venom for Spider-Man 2. Can we bully High Top videos? I think High Top makes some pretty good videos, but I think he's not very good at critiquing MCU Spider-Man, to be honest. But I like it. I like his videos. I've watched a few of them. What do you think of Tom Holland's Spider-Man? I think he's really good in Homecoming. I think he's great in No Way Home. And he kind of gets character assassinated in Far From Home. I like his arc. I kind of like his arc. I like his arc in Far From Home, but it wasn't executed well. I also like Mysterio in that movie. And the action scenes and shit are great. What do you think of JXE? I don't feel like I've heard of him before. I may have watched his videos. Hold on. I feel like I've watched one of his videos before. I don't know. I think I watched this one, the Rise of Skywalker video. Might have been what I watched. Oh, wait, this was the dude that... Oh, I think he debunked one of... I think he went against High Top's video on Far From Home. Even though I disagree with some of his debunks in this video. I think he does make a good amount of points against High Top's video in that video. What do you think of that one line in Infinity War, the one with Tony? I don't know what line you're talking about. Stop the Spider-Man hate vid. Who's it from? Is it this? Is this the video?
Insomniac Spider-Man 2 was officially revealed at the PlayStation Showcase, showing a new gameplay trailer. We got an in-depth look of the new symbiote suit as well as a peek of the new direction of the story. The trailer of course brought so many fans excitement, especially me. The last two Spider-Man games are amazing, and it's most likely safe to say Spider-Man 2 is going to be another banger.
Thoughts on Miles Morales PS5, specifically Finn? I don't know. I think Finn... There's a really good video about Finn in this game. He kind of outlines a really... He makes a good video about it. This video. I think this is a really good video about Finn in the game. I don't think Finn was good in Miles Morales. I think the story is pretty solid. I like Miles' character arc. I love the dynamic with him and his uncle. Krieger kind of sucked. Simon Krieger, I think the only good thing about Krieger was is Troy Baker, honestly. But I mean, I still think Miles is a great game. It's got some pretty good boss fights. I think the Tinkerer boss fight is great. I like the one with the second boss fight with Rhino. I like the one with Uncle Aaron. And the gameplay is also great. But
part of the community, and I do mean special, that are actually in an uproar. But what could have made some fans upset, you say? Is the game capped at low FPS? Has it been delayed longer? Did Yuri Lowenthal say Spider-Man beats Sasuke? No, you'd be wrong on all of these accounts.
Hold on. Rhino is the best villain so far in Insomniac for me. I like the fights. So your favorite live-action villain is Topher Grace is Venom. And your favorite villain in Insomniac is Rhino. Oh, you got some weird opinions, my man.
World looks the same as the last two games is a complaint that I've been hearing daily on Twitter. I'm gonna let that one sit for a bit because I cannot get over how silly it is. Especially since this community actively knows the games are based off the scale of the real New York City. So why the fuck would it change? It doesn't end
Insomniac
there.
Otto is the best villain. It's the best villain in any solo Spider-Man story.
Games. It's the same thing every time. Game gets announced with an original date, game gets delayed with a new date, sometimes more than once, then game comes out shitty or not the way people expected. On a side note, a game being delayed is not always a bad thing. Sometimes devs get more and better ideas that they want to add, or something doesn't work properly the way it should without causing frame drops. However, despite the trend most companies are following, Insomniac Games has been nothing but on top of their game with their releases.
Yeah.
No game breaking and unplayable bugs, games releasing on the planned dates they're supposed to be, and actual gameplay footage to show you. Do you have any idea how often companies show gameplay footage to this degree anymore? They even mentioned it.
I think there's a funny thing on Twitter. Hold on, I have to go to non-incognito mode. I don't know if I'm still in incognito mode or not, but well, let me go to Twitter. Alright, yeah, I have to go to the other. Hold on. There were people on Twitter complaining that there wasn't going to be a demo for Spider-Man 2. Hold on. Where the hell is this shit? I don't know. Alright, but there was people on Twitter complaining that there wasn't a demo for Spider-Man 2. And there was people like, the fact that they're not releasing a demo just shows they're not confident in their product. Yeah, I guess every game without a demo just shows the developers aren't confident in their product. Like,
they were holding
people are so dumb.
In order to preserve fan spoilers and keep them surprised, to which more people got upset about. But the thing some of you fans actually get mad about is just fucking weird. I wanted to go over some tweets that resurfaced after the announcement of Spider-Man 2. These were tweets that just happened to appear on my For You. No wonder that Spider-Man 2 gameplay looked so underwhelming. Maybe if Insomniac Games did crunch, they could compete with the best developers in the world.
Bro. What the fuck is he talking about, dude? Crunch is not a good thing.
I can't stand that term, crunch. It's quite literally the most toxic thing for a fan base to demand devs to do. Hearing such spoiled and entitledness from the Spider-Man fanbase is like eye-opening to me. Especially from Insomniac Games. Their games come out on time with no delay and comes out fully playable and fun, as a game should be. Unlike some of the game companies that you're comparing Insomniac to, who delayed most of their games. My only concern was the gameplay looking identical to the last games. Developers that don't do crunch have no ambition. You fucking buffoon. The game isn't even out yet. It's not even played for you to see it. The game's not even fully rendered yet. What you saw was a gameplay trailer they allowed us access to see. You guys do realize the game is still in progress, right? It's not out yet. We still got a few more months. Crunch is the only reason Cyberpunk was salvageable and hence wildly successful. Bro, my guy, you were there when Cyberpunk was first released, right? Whether or not Cyberpunk was salvageable and got better is not the fucking point. In fact,
I expected more, something different, not copy and paste. Oh, well, good thing Spider-Man 2 isn't copy and paste. It's not like there's not going to be a fucking brand new story that's going to be way longer than the first one, apparently. Not like there's not going to be a bunch of fucking... there's not going to be a bunch of fucking new boss fights. It's not like there's not going to be a bunch of different side missions and side quests. It's not like there's not going to be a brand new map, new gameplay mechanics. Yeah, it's totally copy and paste. Just like every sequel, dude. Every sequel is a DLC. Shut up.
That should be a bad thing. I don't know about you, but I don't like my games coming out buggy, incomplete, and dog shit, and waiting months for it to get better. The only reason why Cyberpunk got another chance is because of the anime adaptation on Netflix. So yeah, obviously CD Projekt Red had to crunch for Cyberpunk. The game was fucking awful. How else were they gonna get it playable? How else were they gonna make money? How else were they gonna make amends for ripping off fans with a shitty game at launch?
Don't get your hopes up. What the fuck do you mean, don't get your hopes up? I literally saw what I wanted to see from the fucking Spider-Man 2 gameplay demo. And everything else I said is objectively true.
Insomniac game that has gone through the same thing that Cyberpunk has. I'll wait. Nobody likes crunch. Nobody. And telling a company to burn out / drain their employees is just awful. Not only that, it just makes you entitled and like they owe you something. The game can be 100% identical, and you know what? It'd still be a contender. And the thing is, it's not even 100% identical. We got a whole new fighting ability now with the symbiote suit. We have a tag team system going on here. We have a wingsuit gliding system, a brand new slingshot thing. And this is stuff that they've allowed us to see. They, again, publicly said that there was way more, that they kept hidden for us to keep surprised.
That's what I'm saying. Like, name me one Spider-Man game that's an open world. Name me one open world Spider-Man game where you instantly switch between the two characters and get to play as both of them. You could say Shattered Dimensions, but that's not an open world one, and that game structure is completely different from this game.
So what?
I want to swing, not fly. I mean, sure. That's fine if you don't care about the wingsuit, but I like me, for example, I really care about the wingsuit. I wanted this in the game really bad. There's literally nothing but, it's nothing but good that they're adding the wingsuit.
Why are you still bitching?
It's literally just another element of traversal.
On Twitter that Insomniac blocked him for criticizing him, when in reality he was clearly just being a douche for advocating crunch time. And I can't get over the fact that he compares Insomniac not doing crunch time when, again, they always release games on time. Actually, you know what? I'll eat my words real fast. In 2015, Insomniac delayed Ratchet and Clank. So I guess 0.1 for crunch time, I guess. Also, they're crying about the same skin in Fortnite, by the way. Just doesn't look as cool, and it's so close to being perfect. Bro, are you... Do you have any idea how grateful you Spider-Man fans should be, bro? Us Spider-Man fans
Facts.
have been eaten in the past few years.
Facts.
Movie after movie after movie, show after show, game
I wouldn't
after
say TV
game
show.
after game. Spider-Man has quite literally been the most popular hero in the past 5 years, and it's actually insane how much you guys
Probably the past
fucking
20
cry.
years, honestly.
Spider-Man fans have to be the most spoiled fan base in the Marvel Universe right now, and it's actually no joke.
Facts.
I'm not saying Spider-Man 2's gameplay is like a massive breakthrough from what the game used to be. Obviously, there are some similarities. But even if you're looking at this, clearly it is not the same game. And it generally is really annoying
a man with a
people making
brain.
the assumption that
I like
it
it.
is the same game without even fucking playing it first. I will gladly eat my words when this game comes out, and in the weeks coming by, it is literally a side-by-side of fucking everything. If I'm literally seeing gameplay of Spider-Man 2, and I can't see the difference between the first Spider-Man and Miles Morales, then I would eat my words. But I almost guarantee you, anyone who is playing this game will instantly see the difference, as this is a new Spider-Man game. And there are especially a bunch of video games out right now that literally look the fucking same as their past sequel. Some of them aren't even doing it good. Let's not even fucking talk about Overwatch. But look at fucking Breath of the Wild, quite literally just an expansion. Its similarities to the last game should not even be a make or break at all. If the game is functional...
They said basic combat compared to Web of Shadows. Web of Shadows' enemy design is terrible. I still think Web of Shadows has great combat because of the combos and moves you can pull off, but the camera is terrible. The game is very unpolished and buggy. And its enemy designs are not good at all. They're the most unengaging enemies in the world. They're literally just punching bags.
The game looks nice. If the game plays well, why the fuck does it matter if it's on Unreal Engine 5 and you can see the...
You rarely ever have to dodge anything.
And especially,
in
why does it matter that the graphics need to be
in Web of Shadows?
Improvement? Why can't it be the same and still be a good game? I don't grasp why the next...
And it's not... And Marvel Spider-Man 2 isn't trying to be Web of Shadows.
Why can't it just be a good continuation? Like, I sound like a broken record right now, I know, but it's crazy how much I see people cry when it comes to video games. When they know damn well that someone can release an 8-bit piece of shit right now and it can be a Game of the Year masterpiece. Like, how are some people surprised that this game is taking place in New York again? It's literally a Spider-Man game, and you wouldn't be surprised if Batman was fucking in Gotham. I want to close out this video by just reading some tweets responding to a lot of these ridiculous claims. I fucking love this one. Spider-Man 2 was running at 30 FPS, and it looks like that, and Sony fans call it a work in progress.
How the fuck? First of all, you can't tell if something is running at 30. There's no stats like this for something on a YouTube video.
Fucking.
Unless he's talking about the like the shit you can pull up, like the I forget how to pull up the stats for a YouTube video, but the YouTube video could just be running at 30 FPS. That doesn't mean the game is at 30 FPS. Both Spider-Man Remastered and Miles Morales are both on 60 FPS. What the hell is this dude talking about?
Monkey, what are you talking about? That's exactly what they said it was. That's exactly what it is. A work in progress. It's not.
The voice actor from Web of Shadows. Definitely. It definitely does. Every voice actor in Web of Shadows sucks.
Not out yet.
The only thing good about Web of Shadows is the boss fights and the combat. Everything else kind of sucks about that game. Do you think PlayStation Spider-Man is comic accurate? He's legitimately one of the most comic accurate... No, the most comic accurate Spider-Man we have.
Try to show you an idea of the game, literally just giving you the basic premise of what to look forward to. What is so difficult for you fans to grasp on that? I don't understand. Literally making this while editing. I was looking on my Twitter and I found this person complaining about the effects of the water. And to be honest, even I admit that even in Spider-Man and Miles Morales, the water effect isn't that good in the game. But that's purely because you're not supposed to be in the water at all. You're literally, there's not ever a time that you're ever on the ocean or ever like around the water except for a time where you have
the
to
Arkham games are
it,
not better than the Spider-Man. There's
on
not
the
a single
bridge.
Arkham game better than Spider-Man PS4. And Miles Morales is better than Arkham Knight and Asylum. Arkham Knight's story is actual shit. The boss fights are egregiously bad. The side missions, most of them suck. And the Batmobile levels are painfully boring. Arkham game's gonna be running at 1 FPS on Switch. Facts. Arkham Knight ain't that bad. I don't think Arkham Knight's a bad game. I like it. It's a good game. It's just got a lot of problems. Origins and City are the best Arkham games. Only ones that even come close to Spider-Man PS4 in my eyes. What's your opinion on having an NSFW option in Spider-Man 2? Hey man, all I'm saying is give me that for the Black Cat missions. If she's in the game. Arkham Knight Jason Todd is legitimately the opposite of the GOAT. That's a terrible adaptation of Red Hood. He's a whiny crybaby in that fucking game. He doesn't challenge Batman's morals like he does in Under the Red Hood, which is like the best element of his character. He's the only one that can make a legitimate argument, or has made an actual argument and made Batman question his moral compass. How would you improve the Insomniac's web swinging? I have a whole video about it on my channel. You can go watch that if you want. Right, I just do it. I just break down. That video's got more detail in it than me just talking right now. On Red Hood movie is God's here. I think Under the Red Hood is like a 9 out of 10. I just realized this dude has fucking this dude has Snapchat in his fucking on his fucking web browser shit.
But you're never in yourself interacting with the water as Spider-Man. He's not known for a fucking swimmer. There's no swimming sequences in the game, so the water effects is not a focus. They focus on other things like the ray tracing against the buildings and shit like that. Being sure that your web swings are accurate when you're swinging around a building. This person's claims just gets ridiculous really fast. One, this is not a reason to delay it over some water effects. Not at all. But this person goes on to compare fully finished games to a game that is clearly, as I has already stated, not finished yet. It has already clearly been stated that the Spider-Man...
I don't know why the hell you're complaining about water physics in a Spider-Man game. Like, who the fuck cares about water physics in a Spider-Man game? You're gonna be swinging and web gliding. You're not gonna be fucking swimming. Under the Red Hood is the best adaptation? Yeah, it is. Swimming as Spider-Man and fighting Lizard in the water would not go hard, purely because what? Spider-Man wouldn't be dumb enough to fight Lizard in the water. He'd just be at a disadvantage. I don't know. They were complaining about a puddle in the first Marvel Spider-Man. Web surfing would be a cool mechanic, lashing on the nearby boat to Queens or something. Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree with that. Like what we see in the gameplay shit with the set piece where Miles is web surfing on the river. I think that would be a cool thing. And honestly might be in the game, judging off that set piece. He gets dragged into the water and is forced to fight. I mean, I can't really think of a game with an underwater boss fight that like actually works well. I feel like if they were going to do that, it would probably just be a QTE. What to expect for Otto Octavius in Spider-Man 2, a post-credit scene or even a boss fight? No, I don't think that Otto is going to be in the game. He could be there for like maybe a small section of it, but I don't want them to focus on him at all. Crisis is streaming. Wonder Woman game would go hard. They're making a Wonder Woman game. But they haven't said shit about it. I feel like it's a fake game. They dropped a trailer in like 2020, I think. Haven't said shit about it. It'd be cool to get chased in a Spider-Man game instead of doing the chasing. Might get that. We might get that with Venom. But I agree, but like, who would be chasing Spider-Man, right? Like, unless he's getting jumped, I can't see Spider-Man running away from a fight. Maybe Miles will run away from Venom, like Venom's trying to kill him, or like about to kill him. And Venom is like hawking down Miles. Like, I feel like that could work. Alright, oh my god. Yo, Peep Game just came up with a good idea. Hold up. Peep Game. Alright. Spider-Man 2 concept art. Alright. Alright. So imagine this. The scene is set. Miles and Peter are fighting Venom. Miles gets injured really badly, so Venom starts focusing on Miles. And so Miles starts to run away. You have to run away as Miles and you run away as Venom, while Peter is still chasing Venom. And in between that whole set piece, you're switching back and forth from Miles and Peter. Peter trying to fight him and Miles trying to get away. That shit would be hard. But that is one thing I want to see more of in this game. Like, I feel like the chase sequences are like my favorite parts of the Spider-Man games, like the raft breakout as well as the helicopter mission. Those are like my two favorite missions in Spider-Man PS4. They're fun as shit. Chase sequences are so fucking fun as Spider-Man. What reason would Harry have as Venom and hate Spider-Man? The art looks like Peter's jumped by Venom and Miles comes from the back. I mean, they could also just be chasing. I doubt this concept art is... Because concept art is never actually really used in games. I just think this is just a cool drawing. So I don't think we're going to get really anything like this. I mean, we're probably going to get some type of chase scene or wild set piece fight with Venom and Miles and Peter. But I don't think we're going to get something like looking like this. I don't know how to describe it. What reason would Harry have as Venom and hate Spider-Man? The art looks like it's being jumped by Venom. But regarding the first thing you said, we're just gonna have to wait and see. That's why I don't know if Harry is going to be Venom. But if they're gonna make Harry Venom, I guarantee you they're gonna give a good motivation. Like stopping home robberies or bank robberies. See, now you're coming up with some good ideas, David. I also agree with that. I think we need like bank robberies and shit as like some types of city crimes. Like I don't know. All right, despite your opinion on whatever your opinion on Gotham Knights is, I think it has an interesting crime system when you're out in the city. And it's got like major crime events. If y'all have played it, it's got like smaller crimes, and then it's got like major crime events. I would like to see Insomniac take like major crime events and put that into Spider-Man 2 because I think that's a good idea. I think the symbiote design is fitting considering it's literally alien. Are you talking about Venom or Peter's symbiote suit? I think Peter's symbiote suit fits. Like, it makes sense why it looks like that. It's just, even if something can make sense, that it doesn't mean you have to like it. I still like the suit. It's like a 7 out of 10, don't get me wrong. I just wish it looked better. Also, more variety in interactions and crime scenes, not all the just drug dealers. Yeah, I agree. Insomniac could make a Moon Knight game. Facts. Insomniac Hulk game. Nah, I wouldn't care about a Hulk game, to be honest. I'm not that big of a fan of the Hulk. Why is the suit a 7 out of 10 for you? Feel like this is way better than the classic suit. I just don't like it. It's like, no, I keep saying I don't like it. I do like it. It's just like, I don't like the body armor look on it. I don't really like the paneling. I also don't really like how his head looks like a helmet. Like this. I like this a lot better. I think the logo, like, there's elements of the suit that I like the alien, like these parts, and the logo and the eye lenses. Those all look really good. I like how organic it looks and like alienish and slimy it looks. I like that. It's just the padding, like the shoulder pads and the chest pad looking stuff. I don't like that. I just don't like those aspects of it. They should make it look fleshy, like muscle tissue, not armor. Yeah, I agree with that. Someone said the suit has an avocado texture. It's true. Imagine Across Spider-Verse gets Movie of the Year and Spider-Man 2 gets Game of the Year. Oh, that would be a monumental moment in Spider-Man history. It's funny because in 2018... Across the Spider-Verse, I don't think Across the Spider-Verse can win Movie of the Year, but it did win Best Animated Feature in at the Oscars, and Spider-Man 2 got nominated. I mean, Spider-Man 1 got nominated at the 2018 Game Awards. They should have Iron Man as a cameo in Spider-Man 2. I don't want any cameos in the game, to be honest. The one thing about introducing new heroes into a universe, and the MCU as well as the comics kind of have this problem, it just causes world building issues. Like if Spider-Man is, say there's like some, alright, say like the first game, right? They gave a good excuse why the Avengers won't show up, right? Like they're on the West Coast, they're somewhere else in the world. But once you start to bring other heroes into New York, I just think it causes world building issues because, like, if there's this crazy event happening, why is someone not coming to help? Like, what is this other hero doing? No more white strips on his hands. I actually like that. That's actually one of the other elements of the suit that I like. I have this suit in Spider-Man PS4. I could put it on. Which version of Spider-Man 2 did you get? I got the regular base edition, the physical copy. And then I'm going to upgrade to the deluxe in the because it only costs $10 to upgrade to the deluxe in the PSN store. So that's what I'm going to do. I do think Eddie Brock is going to be he's gonna show up at some point in the game because MJ is working at the Daily Bugle and Eddie Brock also works there according to the lore of the Backpacks and Insomniac. So it would make sense to see Eddie Brock at some point, but I don't think he's going to be some major character or anything. Did I turn off my... how hard is it really to make a Flash game? Pretty damn hard. I think the problem is making it challenging, because I think they could, because Devil May Cry and Web of Shadows also have this, where they don't have very engaging enemy designs, but you can do a lot of combos to balance that out. So I think they could do a Devil May Cry-like combat system with the Flash game. But it's also, you got the narrative, you got the boss fights. It's like, it's a pretty hard game to make because Flash is an OP character. Alright, so this is the symbiote suit. Oh god, my game's about to break. Alright, see, like, I just don't really like these armory sections. Like, there's too many, like, why is there so many lines? Like, why? Why do you need all these lines for what? I do like these hands, the hand lines, and I like the organic elements, but, like, you see how his head looks like a helmet? Don't fuck with that. I like the symbiote symbol. I like the eye lenses. But, like, I just don't like all this extra paneling. It just seems so unnecessary. The Amazing Lucas said the same thing about the lines. You skipped it. No, I didn't disagree with that dude on the point about the suit. I think it's valid to not like the suit. I understand it. But this suit, on the other hand, this is beautiful. This suit is amazing. No pun intended. Like, the colors are perfection. The symbol, the paneling. My only problem with this suit is there's like nothing on the bottom. The bottom looks empty. That's my only problem with this suit. Like, the original advanced suit has where's this shit at? See how this advanced suit has like these racing stripes going down it? This suit doesn't have that, and it just makes the bottom of the suit kind of look empty. That's the only thing holding me back from giving this suit a 10 out of 10. But the coloring on this suit is actual perfection. Now, the best Spider-Man suit is this suit. This suit is fucking perfect. I would change nothing about this suit. It is beautiful. Oh yeah, sorry about the... Hold on, I have to unplug my headset from my... I forgot about the audio glitches when I load up Spider-Man, but fucking... I'm kind of pressed that nobody has modded a really good Spider-Gwen suit into the game, because her suit is also fucking perfection. I would change like nothing about her suit from the Spider-Verse movies. But this suit kind of looks weird in the game. Maybe it's because the body model and the texture of it. I really hope they add this suit into Spider-Man 2. The cape. This shit's also got physics. The cape in this shit. You got the TASM suit. You got the people who modded these 4K suits in here that make the suits look like more realistic, the graphics. These dudes are goats. This is also a 10 out of 10 Spider-Man suit. My only problem with the TASM 2 suit is the lines are really small. The webbing is like really compact. And the spider logo is a little... I wish it was a little different. That's like my only problem. Same with the colors. I wish I like the... I don't mind these colors. Like, I still think they look good. But these types of colors look better. God damn, why the hell did that load in so weird? Like, these are perfect Spider-Man colors. These I just love these colors so much. Aggro Fro did my Arachnid Youth mod. Did you pay him to make a suit or something? Alright, hold on. Genuine question. Do any of y'all... What is y'all... Where do y'all think the Spider-Man theme ranks? The Spider-Man PS4 theme. Opinions on that theme. His theme. Fucking David, dude. This dude is just an A1 hater. I think it's memorable than most other themes. I'm seeing a lot of I'm seeing 8s and 9s, 7s. I would give it a, I would probably give it a 9. See, I would probably give it a 9. Too heroic, not spider enough. Eh. I don't like, bro, this theme goes hard. Hold on. Let me nah. This theme goes crazy. I think my favorite part of this theme is it's this part. This isn't spider enough. Miles' theme does go hard. Let me skip to the part where it gets good. What the fuck is this? This is not his theme. Hold on. Oh yeah, this is the theme. This shit goes hard. I do agree. I think Miles' theme sounds a little bit better than Peter's. But Miles' music is also my preference of music, so feel like that's why I like it better. But in all honesty, Gwen's theme clears all. This theme goes so astronomically fucking hard. Hold up. This is the best theme from that fucking movie. Nueva York. I think these are the best themes. It's fucking bro, I can't stop but laugh every time I hear that theme because I've seen so many fucking memes about this shit. It's like the canon event shit. I fucking load up the funniest thing is I click on this fucking I click on the this shit. I click on the Sony's soundtrack and that's the first thing I hear. You know what else goes crazy? Where's Start a Band? Hold on, let me go to my account. I forgot I changed my YouTube name. This one goes hard too, the Spider-Man India theme. This shit feels oddly racist though. This is also one of the best. Bro, the ending with this fucking soundtrack. Like, this is like the most perfect ending to a part 1 movie ever. Like... Just this whole shit, this, like, the soundtrack for the end of this movie was perfection. That elephant needs a raise. Facts. But just wait till it cuts, bro. Like, it's just like, I could listen to this soundtrack the whole way through. It just goes so hard. No. And then later it cuts to Gwen's theme mixed with this theme. It's just perfection. Like, this shit is so hard. Fucking Hobie's theme. Wait. Let me go back to this shit. Where's Hobie's theme? Ironically, Hobie, despite being like a music kind of character, his theme was good. Don't get me wrong. His theme was good. I just think there's multiple better themes in this movie. What do you think of people calling Across the Spider-Verse woke? They needed to find something there going, I don't know. I forget what game that fucking theme reminds me. Oh no, Hi-Fi Rush. That theme right there reminds me so much of Hi-Fi Rush. If any of y'all have played Hi-Fi Rush, that shit goes insanely hard. It's a masterpiece. Someone wanted the Nueva Chase theme. That shit's like 6 minutes, so I don't know about all that. Yeah, the Spider-Man, bro, we need something like this in Spider-Man 2, bro. Something like this would go so hard. Where's... you gotta play the scene when he gets it, too. What the fuck is this? Oh, this one.
Where am I?
That shit goes so hard.
What is this? I feel... Wow. This feels good.
I made a funny video on TikTok. I think it used that sound, but I don't know. Hold on. Where's it at? Oh, this shit. TASM 2 Electro theme. Hold on, play the... Oh, no. I'll just play that one. Hans Zimmer goes fucking hard in this fucking movie. Spider-Man 1994 theme. Yeah, that shit does go hard. But you know what goes harder? Let's see. This shit goes so hard. This whole end fight scene in this movie is so good. I hate this song. Dubstep attack. 1994. Oh wait, shit. This shit goes hard. Not gonna lie, you make my day and nights better. Thank you. I appreciate that, my man. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you for subscribing, Big Sean. Glad I could make your days better. Spectacular has a better theme. You know, not a bad argument, but like, nah. Like, this shit does go hard though. This shit does go hard though. Thank you for subscribing. The Unlimited theme, yeah, that does go hard too. Do you / are you doing YouTube full time? I mean, technically, I guess I am right now. I kind of work for myself. Like, I have a website where I sell stencils. This gives me money, as well as YouTube, as well as sometimes brand stuff. Yeah, this shit goes hard. This shit reminds me of Batman Beyond. I wonder if someone posted the Spider-Man 2 theme. The fuck is that?
Я влюбился.
What the fuck? Also, I'm not a 30-year-old female. This is my mom's computer. Huh? There's not a single bad Spider-Man theme. You know what? Now that you say it, you might be right. You might actually be right. They're on Elden Ring, right? I wonder if someone's streaming it. Hold on. I gotta pee real quick. Ugh. Wait, is some do any of y'all know if someone's streaming the stuff? I wonder if someone's... What's the event called? Game Awards concert. You go on Twitter. What the fuck? Nobody streaming it? That's surprising. People are posting clips on Twitter. Wait, what's the Twitter account that's posting it? What's the Twitter account? Do you prefer Miles as yellow or blue Venom? I like his blue Venom more. Because I like blue as a color more. Wait, the Game Awards is the one posting the clips? Oh, it was right in front of my face and I didn't even see it. Yo, Hogwarts Legacy's music actually goes hard. Wait a second. let me not get myself banned by accidentally. Yeah, no one's posting clips. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Rate Spider-Man 1 out of 10. I'd probably say a negative 400, something like that. Yeah, Spider-Man kind of sucks. I want to see the cat. Say what's up, Cora. Look. Look. I think Spider-Man PS4 is a 10 out of 10. Hey yo, we got the same cat. Damn. We might have got the same model or something like that. The same manufacturer. Is your cat named Spider-Man? Nah. I got one cat named Smurf, one cat named Aurora, one cat named Cora. That cat you just saw was Cora. I got another cat called Wanda, and the other one's Cosmo. Cosmo and Wanda. Favorite character other than Spider-Man or Miles? If we're not going off Spider-Verse characters, I would say, or no, just Batman is my second favorite character. Spider-Man PS4 would have been better if Mr. Negative was the most used villain. He's not even an OG. He's pretty modern. No. Otto was better in that game in like every way. You're my favorite YouTube. I love the work you put in your vids, and I want to do the same. Any tips? Well, thank you for saying I'm your favorite YouTuber. I find that hard to believe, but if it's true, thank you. Any tips? I don't know. I kind of just do this shit. I would say figure out how to edit correctly, and be creative. Yeah. If you're looking for tips on how to grow, I got lucky, so I don't know. I really don't know. I kind of just make videos. Are you still reacting to vids? I mean, yeah, if you give me a video to react to, yeah. I'm binge watching your vids. Thank you. No shot, bro. Just said Shazam's a better character than Spider-Man. You got some good, not luck, bro. You got some good content. I mean, having good content is one thing, right? But having that content get viewed is completely another thing. But I guess making good videos kind of does go hand in hand with getting views, but at the same time, those views don't come unless you get lucky, if we're being honest. My favorite story game is God of War Ragnarok. Favorite XXX star. Are you talking about Pornhub? Are you talking about porn stars? You what? All right. I'm gonna. All right. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put my ranking of games up, and you guys are gonna pop a fucking blood vessel. Some of you may, some of you might, but there's one game that I have to explain before you guys get your panties in a bunch, okay? Now listen. You're probably asking yourself, why is Fortnite here? And it's a simple answer. That's because seasons 1 through 9 is one of the best, the second best multiplayer game I've ever played. And that game in its prime, perfection. So fucking good. I don't have a favorite porn star, to be honest. I kind of just go through the motions, you know? Violet Myers. Oh, Violet Myers goes crazy. Rank the webs swinging in Fortnite 1 through 10. I mean, I wouldn't be ranking it, but as a rating, I'd give it like a 9, because the web swinging in that game, that was the one thing that made me go back to it. I played the web swinging in Fortnite. It was really good. Why is Spider-Man over BO2? Because it's better. What's a Spider-Man property that you personally like, but not a lot of people like. I was gonna say Spider-Gwen, even though I think, but like after Across the Spider-Verse, she got more recognition. Before Across the Spider-Verse, Gwen was very underrated because not a lot of people read her books. Why is God of War over Batman? Because it's better in every single way. Are you gonna do a playthrough of Spider-Man on YouTube? I don't know. I'm probably... Alright, so like, it's kind of hard for me to record gameplay on my PlayStation because the storage problems. But I'll probably wind up just clipping some of my funny moments. And I'll just wind up clipping some of my funny moments. And I'll probably post the funny moments of it. I might stream it, but I'm not going to look at chat if I do stream it because I don't want to get spoiled. I'm like not touching the internet for the few days before Spider-Man PS4 releases. I mean Spider-Man 2 releases because I'm so scared of getting that game spoiled and I don't want it to get spoiled at all. Haven't played God of War Ragnarok yet. How does it get better than 2018? I think Ragnarok is better than 2018 in every single way. Like, I don't think 2018 does a single thing better outside of, like, maybe the story pacing. That's about it. Favorite Transformers cartoon? Transformers Prime. Which I'm actually rewatching Transformers Prime right now. In preparation of the Transformers video I'm making. Fat Thor or 2012 Thor? Are you talking about the MCU? ...2018 God of War is not that good. Well, I think it is that good. For MCU Thor, I like... I said this earlier, I don't know if you were here though. I like Thor in the MCU from Ragnarok to Endgame. I don't really care that he's fat in Endgame. I like his character in Endgame. He's depressed, and that makes complete sense for his character after Infinity War. But Ragnarok through Endgame, I like Thor as a character. Everything else, I just think he's okay. Why Jedi over Spider-Man? I think Jedi Survivor is better in every way except for story. The only thing I think Spider-Man does better than Jedi Survivor is story, to be honest. Should I get a PC for my videos? That is, if you want to make good videos, a PC is necessary. Like, it's a requirement. You don't necessarily need the best PC. Like, a laptop will probably do fine. Depending how good the laptop is. I've not played Marvel vs. Capcom. My favorite gadget in Spider-Man PS4, the Trip Mine is probably my favorite gadget. So would modern Fortnite not even come close to being in this list? I would say right now, Fortnite would probably be dropped down. But this placement is mainly off Fortnite from its prime. Can you do a Spider-Man themed tier list or rankings? Maybe. I got a couple Spider-Man rankings on my TikTok. If you want to see my Spider-Man movie ranking, it's right here. Dead Space that low, below The Last of Us 2. I think The Last of Us 2 is a great game. So I think Dead Space and The Last of Us 2, I have them at the same score. I think they're both 9 out of 10s. Did you have performance issues for Jedi? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Spider-Man does a lot better than Survivor? Nah. It doesn't. It doesn't. You really dislike when Venom is on screen? No. I have Venom 1 at a 7 out of 10. I like Venom, even though it's not really a good movie. I like it. It's fun. I thought you put Into the Spider-Verse first. You changed your mind. Yeah, I did change my mind. You should play Spider-Man 2 game remake on PC instead of PS2. I've played it. I played the PC port for Spider-Man 2, and I thought that was the actual game, which is why I thought the game sucked. So I don't really know how to play Spider-Man 2, the PS2 version. You're a cool guy. I respect your opinion. Why, thank you. And with those issues, you still think it's a better game? Well, if you take the performance issues away, the only performance issues I had was frame drops, really, for Jedi Survivor. But if you take those performance issues away, I do think it's a better game than Spider-Man PS4. Tell me a reason why Spider-Man 3 is almost last. One, tell me a different reason besides many villains, because that's not valid since you like No Way Home. That's... Alright. I'm not even gonna... That was such a stupid point to make. The reason that the many villains in Spider-Man 3 is bad is because they're all underdeveloped and they take up way too much screen time, and they don't... Like, the movie is completely overcrowded. It wants to do so many different things, and none of them really work. Peter's arc with the symbiote is not really that good. It doesn't really tackle the greatest aspects of it, like the addiction allegory that the symbiote has. Spider-Man 3 doesn't do that. He was also not with the symbiote for a very long time. Eddie Brock is complete shit in that movie. He gets little to no development. The pacing is a mess. It's just not good. The acting performances as well, like, Jesus Christ. Sandman talks like a fucking robot. While the villains in No Way Home don't do that. They're not overcrowded. They all serve their purpose in the story, and they all serve it well. None of them take up too much screen time. They don't try to do too much with any of the villains. We know who the main villain of Spider-Man No Way Home is. That's Green Goblin. He gets the most attention in that movie. And the other villains are balanced out and done well. Where do you put Robert Pattinson as Batman? That's tough. If you're talking about actors, I don't know. I don't know, honestly. I want to see more of them. I slightly prefer Tom Holland over Andrew Garfield, just very, very slightly. In terms of acting, and Tobey Maguire is the worst Spider-Man in terms of acting and personality. What setup do you recommend for making vids? That's kind of up to you. It's like me, I talk about a lot of games and movies, so I would probably, actually, I mean, like I have a PS5 and a PC, but I get most of my games on PC, and I do most stuff on PC. I barely even use my PS5. But like, if you're gonna do like gaming videos, I would recommend getting a USB so you can transfer your clips from your PS5 to your laptop, computer, whatever you decide to buy. Do you allow swearing? Yeah, I don't care if you curse, honestly. I've been cursing this whole stream. I saw a comment on a video saying that No Way Home was more of a homage to all the live-action Spider-Man movies, while Across the Spider-Verse is a love letter to Spider-Man as a property. That's very accurate. It's a very good comment. In Spider-Man 2, do you think it would be cool if Peter with the Iron Spider arms could deflect bullets without pressing anything? No. Maybe in cutscenes. But that wouldn't... No, I wouldn't want to see that for gameplay. That would be stupid. Can you do a tier list for Spider-Man games? I think I have a ranking of Spider-Man games. Well, my top 5 Spider-Man games is Spider-Man PS4 number 1, Miles Morales number 2, Edge of Time number 3, Shattered Dimensions number 4, Web of Shadows number 5. Do you think the parry system is going to be good? Yeah. Favorite Batman cartoon? The 94 animated series. Where does Marvel's Avengers fall on this list? Dead last. Oh god, Angry Birds is better than... Oh, I gotta update this because I have Devil May Cry down here and I wasn't finished with the game when I rated it. This is why I don't have this list public, because it's not even finished fully. Where should I put Devil May Cry? I give it an 8 out of 10. So I would say... Wait. Oh, I put it right there. I just put 2 in there for no reason. Alright, never mind. Now listen, FromSoft fans, do not get your panties in a bunch that Bloodborne is down here, because it could go up later in the future. I just haven't beaten the game yet. So calm down. For any FromSoft fans in the chat. Would you still like No Way Home that much if it used random versions of 5 villains and before? Random versions of 5 villains and random 2 Spider-Man never seen before? What do you mean? Well, one, you can't, if you're trying to use that as like sort of like some sort of gotcha moment, the film was written around people knowing those characters. Like Toby and Andrew's arc, they both got mini arcs for their, like, in their sit. Like, Toby got redemption with Green Goblin, Andrew got redemption with Gwen. Like, you got they both got mini arcs. It's like, if you're trying to use it as like, oh, the film's only good because of nostalgia, it's not. Like, you're not making an argument. It's like saying Civil War is bad because they didn't give us a Spider-Man backstory. It's like they put Spider-Man in that movie, knowing that fucking people know who Spider-Man is. What'd you think of the Shazam movies? I think the first one's good, the second one's mid. Halo or Five Nights at Freddy's? Halo. Did you like Red Dead Redemption 2? Does this answer your question? Wanna be friends? I guess. I don't. I just don't think it's that good, and it relies on cameos. It doesn't rely on cameos. It uses the cameo. They're not even cameos. They're key parts of the plot. Like, without those characters, the plot falls apart because they're integral to the plot. Like, a cameo is just something that, like, it's like if Deadpool was to pop up in the movie. Like, Daredevil. Daredevil is a cameo. They could have put any other lawyer in that scene, and the movie plays out fine. But the other characters are written for this movie. Like, they play an integral role in that movie. So it's like, they didn't just half-ass the nostalgia aspect. How did you play It Takes Two, by yourself or with a friend? I played it with my cousin. What did you think of She-Hulk? Lucky I have no friends. Damn. That's... I played it with me and my feet. That's talent right there. I already answered you, Cameron Cobbs. Imagine Insomniac added suit damage with the symbiote suit, but it's like you can see it regrow since it's regenerative. That would be cool. I would like to see that. Oh shit, Dashy. Funniest MCU movie? Guardians of the Galaxy. It's one of the Guardians movies. I'd probably say either Guardians 1 or 3. Oh, what did you say? I said sure. Wolverine game better be good. I mean, it is. It will be. Avengers Endgame is terrible. Okay. I feel like Thor Love and Thunder had a good amount of comedy in it. That shit was not funny. It was not funny. The jokes hit like 25% of the time. favorite Deadpool, Once Upon a Deadpool doesn't count. Deadpool is... I think Deadpool 1 is a 10 out of 10. I love that movie. No Way Home, too cringy. You dick ride Web of Shadows. What the fuck are you talking about? What about them retconning Toby's timeline that Harry died in the first battle right after he tried to kill him? And Sandman doesn't remember Venom, inaccurate villain designs, and nerf Toby. What the hell? You just said a whole lot of nothing. They didn't retcon anything. Why the hell? And why the hell would Sandman talk about Venom? What reason would he have to talk about Venom? We also don't even know if Sandman got pulled from his universe when he met, when or before he met Venom. Thoughts on Deadpool getting X-Men and Fantastic Four cameos possibly? I like it. He said Peter is Flint Marko, so he knows who he is after the final battle in Spider-Man 3. Bro. Oh my god, you jackass. Dude. You know Toby was pulled from his universe later in the timeline, so that was after... I'm not responding to you anymore. You've said one too many dumb things. If you want to talk about something else. I have a stream link for the concert. What is it? Or just put it in the chat. Yeah, just post the link. Or just tell me where to go, either way. You said you wouldn't really want any cameos in Spider-Man 2, not even Wolverine. Nah, I don't really care about cameos in Spider-Man 2. Favorite Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series? Probably the one from Nickelodeon. Would you still want a Raimi Spider-Man 4? Or nah? Leave the budget for something else? I don't think we need a Spider-Man 4, to be honest. I would rather have a new... Put that budget into a Spider-Gwen show. I had to post 3 separate things. I don't see any of them. Cube Sun. Oh, what's good, my boy? What other villains do you hope to see in Spider-Man 2? I want to see Morbius. I want to see Sandman. I want to see Mysterio. I want to see Tombstone again. I want to see Taskmaster again. Big Wheel. Fucking Big Wheel. We need Big Wheel. What else am I not thinking of? I feel like that would be fine, honestly. Those villains would be fine. We're already getting Kraven, Venom, Lizard, Yuri Watanabe, Wraith, what's it called? Possibly, and they also showed possibly Taskmaster again and possibly Tombstone. So I think those other villains that I mentioned would be completely fine. I don't think we need any more than that, to be honest. I just think seeing those characters makes people like the movie more. I don't see how that's a problem. It's not like they were implemented poorly. Like, they service Tom's character arc in the story. They get their own little mini arcs. They were implemented really well and not lazy. Thank you for subscribing. Alright, wait. Necro Voltage, can you just tell me where to go? Because I don't think your links may be posting in the chat. Like, I don't know if they're posting. I don't know if my chat is broken or if... Oh yeah, my chat was literally just broken for a second. I wasn't getting any messages. Jesus, hold on. Do you like anime? Nah, not really. The only anime movies I've watched is... And they're both 10 out of 10s to me. But Spirited Away, Masterpiece, Perfect Blue, Masterpiece. Wait, did bro post that link in the chat? Do you think Harry will be important in Spider-Man 2? What do you think? What do you think? I cringe at anime. Yeah, there's some of the shit I see about it is just like, especially with some of the fans, like, oh my god, some of them are so weird. One more thing, it's not to hate, just talk. You know that Toby was not well during No Way Home. He was sick and got better with time. I don't like to see Toby like that. Him in 2033 is more healthy. I didn't even know that. I don't know why you can't see messages. What's your main account? Do you watch Star Wars? Oh, you want to see the Star Wars ranking? There it is. Where do you rank Teen Titans 2003? Well, I don't have a ranking for it, but I still think that show is a 10 out of 10. It's like it's legitimately the second superhero thing I ever watched in my life. Do you think Ghost of Tsushima should have a sequel? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a sequel in development right now. Spider-Man has fought Lizard before. Yeah. I mean, I don't really have much thoughts on that. It's just, yeah. Zach Gordon is my alt. He is streaming it. Wait, who's streaming it? is someone named Zach Gordon streaming it? Hold on, let me go to TikTok.
Marching for George Floyd was actually the first time I started to see behind the curtain of what BLM actually was.
What is it exactly? I hope you'll tell us.
One of the first things that alarmed me about the BLM
What the hell is it? Hollywood Drake? Drake Cummings. Oh my. Are they playing Spider-Man right now? I swear I just heard the Spider-Man 3's theme. Is that Starfield's theme? I know I'm not tripping. I know I'm not tripping. Tell me the beginning of that, what I just played. Alright, rewind it. When I first clicked on the stream, tell me that didn't just sound like that shit sounded like Toby's theme for a second. They're like, where are they? I'm pretty sure they're in LA right now. So that's like a 3-hour time difference for me. So it's 8:30 for them. Starfield music is actually good. Too bad the game's gonna be shit. $9:30. Oh shit, yeah, you're right, it is 9:30, I'm an idiot. Yeah, that music goes hard. Top 5 spider people: Peter, Gwen, Miles, Miguel, Superior. No. Actually, I'd probably put Superior above Miguel. Maybe not. Maybe. I don't know. That's the top 5. Would you want Sam Raimi to direct Spider-Man 4 or Tom Holland Spider-Man 4? I wouldn't care. I honestly want John Watts to not direct the next Spider-Man movies. I want them to get someone different. What are your thoughts on the Prime Video having a God of War TV show in the making? That sounds good. I hope they don't fuck it up, though. Where do you put the Flash movie? And what? Ranking? 52. Do you think that there's a third Jedi game? Yeah, there is. They confirmed it. They said they're making a third game, or like it's gonna be a trilogy. Top 5 symbiotes? Like people like Venom, like, are you talking about the actual symbiote names or like their hosts? Do you like the What If saga? I've never read the comic one, but I like the show. The animated show. The symbiotes. Venom number 1. Then I would probably say Carnage. This is kind of tough. Does Null count as a symbiote? I mean, he's the god of symbiotes. I don't really know much about the symbiotes, to be honest. Now that I think about it, I can tell you hosts, but not like specific symbiotes. I remember the symbiote. I remember a couple of the symbiotes from King in Black, that storyline, because it was in one of Gwen's comics. Anti-Venom. Anti-Venom is technically just Venom.
Next, we're going to take a trip into the world of Marvel's Spider-Man.
Yeah! All right.
PlayStation, Marvel Spider-Man and Miles Morales, incredible games, and what we have now for you is a special suite of music from both those games put together by composer John Paisano.
Wait, from both of those games, does that mean not Spider-Man 2? Or is he just talking about... Alright, hold on. I gotta listen. Is Gwen a Venom? Yeah, she uses a symbiote for her powers. She is Venom. Like, she's the Venom of her universe. Oh, this is the first game's theme. Maybe they'll play Spider-Man 2 after this. My friend said Daredevil can beat Peter. What should I do? Jump him. shit goes so hard. Wait. Oh my god, I thought they were using the modded suit in this gameplay for a second. I'm so confused. That would be funny. Oh, that was clean. That's clean. That was clean. They did that little transition right there. That was clean. Calling it now. They're gonna play the Spider-Man 2 symbiote. They're gonna play the Spider-Man 2 symbiote theme. I'm calling it. Oh, bro! If they would have transitioned quickly into the Spider-Man 2 symbiote theme or some shit, that would have gone crazy.
Amazing. But that's not all. Spider-Man, because now from
all right, they're about to
Insomniac,
play
I'd
it.
like to introduce creative director of Marvel's Spider-Man 2,
Hey,
Brian Intihar.
my boy, the GOAT. I want to have a conversation with that man one day, Brian Intihar.
Hey everyone.
He's a GOAT.
This is crazy. I just want to say, I want to introduce you to a good friend of mine, John Paisano, the composer of Marvel Spider-Man. And I think I can say for all of us, for me and John, for everybody at PlayStation, Marvel, and my family, Insomniac Games, we couldn't be more excited to be part of this historic night, celebrating these great games with incredible music at a historic place like the Hollywood Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, how about another applause for Lauren and the Hollywood Bowl Orchestra? I mean, amazing job. And, you know, writing the music for Spider-Man is just an unbelievable experience, and so glad to be part of a lineage of just amazing music for such an amazing franchise. And we'd love to leave you here tonight with the main title track from Spider-Man 2 that's coming to you soon.
See you October 20th.
They said the main title track, so it's not gonna be the symbiote shit. Is that Miles' room or Peter's room? that's so tough. They got the spider though. Oh my god. That sounds fucking menacing. That was yeah, the symbiote shit goes crazy.
I know, it's so cool.
How about that? Incredible. I gotta
Yeah, I
say,
like
this
that.
has been such an honor to put this show together, and I want to thank the Hollywood Bowl Orchestra, the choir, Lauren, all the game companies and composers that have devoted time and energy to pulling this together, and of course our TGA team, Kimmy Kim, Michael Peter, and everyone else who put this together. It's been a huge labor of love to the first ever Game Awards concert, and thanks to the LA Phil as well for allowing us to be here at the Hollywood Bowl. This has been so incredible, and thank you all for coming out and being a part of this show. It means a lot to all of us. Thank you very much. Well, Lauren has put together something amazing, which is our TGA 10-year theme, and of course we have the Game Awards, our 10th show, coming up this December here in Los Angeles, so hopefully some of you...
That was good. I liked it. Oh, the symbiote theme sounds fucking great. I love that. Not could use more spider. Who do you think is gonna be the Silver Sable or Roxxon of Spider-Man 2? Probably Craven's group. Y'all want a spider to hop on the mic? Just start spitting like the fucking Minecraft spiders, like. I wonder if. Oh, where's the Minecraft spiders? Fucking Minecraft spider rap battle. This is what my boy wants. Damn. 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 He really did start spitting right there. I can't lie. All right. I think I'm about to end the stream. I appreciate y'all for being here. A lot of y'all stuck around for a long time. But yeah, I'm a fuck with you guys. Love you all. And yeah.